Morning. Yes, I can.
Great. Let's get on the record then. In State versus Poole, it's 23 SC 190102. We've got Mr. Poole here along with his legal team. Our prosecutors are here, and Deputy Gordon tells me that all our jurors are ready to go. Mr. Miller, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Did you have a chance to try out the Zoom link and your ability to connect to it and share exhibits?
Oh, I did not go that far, Your Honor, but I believe you're fine.
You believe you're fine?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Bate, anything we need to take up before I bring the jurors in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Miller, anything?
No, Your Honor.
You'll need to not have that up on the screen. So that's what you were going to do before we started. We're active court now, so take things off the screen and don't put anything up on the screen until either you're giving your opening or you are presenting some exhibit. Mr. Miller, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but I think you experienced it when you were observing the trial last week. One other thing that's a little different in here than in some other courtrooms is that jurors get to ask questions, and they do that after cross and direct and recross and redirect are done for a witness. Whenever the lawyers are done, the jurors will write their questions down on note cards, and you and one of the prosecutors and I, or both the prosecutors and I, will look at those questions. Those that are not legally objectionable, I'll pose to the witness, and then both sides will have a chance to follow up after that. Okay? Great. Then we're going to bring the jurors in just a second. I will give them some opening legal instructions, and then we'll go straight into openings. So whenever you're ready, Deputy Gordon.
All right, adjourned. I'll do the president of the council.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you being here on time. Sorry we're getting a slightly late start, but I needed to work through a few things with the lawyers, and we are ready to go forward. I need to talk to you for a few minutes before we have the opening statements from the lawyers, after which the evidence will start. But I need to make sure you understand what to do, if anything, with your notepads, and you receive an initial dose of law that you must apply as you work through the proceedings in this case. You checking the temperature or the time? Temperature is high. That may not be accurate.
Well, I checked that one.
Okay, all right. One of the things I'll tell you, if it's ever too hot or too cold, you need to let me know, and we'll ask the folks who deal with plumbing and HVAC and whatnot are ironically named DREAM, and it's some acronym for real estate asset management, but we have to call DREAM to get the temperature lowered or increased. Your notepads are for you to take notes, should you want to take notes. Notes are not required, but it's important to recognize that at the end of this process, when you are in your deliberations in the jury room, you will not be able to send out a note saying, hey, could we have the transcript for witness Jones? You'll be relying on your collective recollection, which you remember as a group. That recollection may be aided by what you wrote down in your notepad, so you should feel free to take notes. But don't be so focused on your notes that you aren't looking around the courtroom, and in particular, not engaging with the witness who's testifying. One of the things you'll be doing as jurors is determining the credibility or believability of witnesses. Sometimes you do that because the person says something crazy, like they're two moons. I don't believe that. But another way you do that is by watching how the witness reacts. And maybe when one side is asking the witness questions, he's looking at you all and saying, oh, yep, that's what happened. That's what happened. And then when the hard questions come from the other side, there are all sorts of physical reactions where the answers are coming out of the witness differently. And that may suggest something to you about the credibility or believability of the witness. But you miss that if you have your head down and you are trying to write down verbatim what the person says. Give up on that project. You're not going to be able to write down. Ms. Rivers, the court reporter, is the only one who has that skill set. So feel free to write things down, but don't get lost in your notes. Please keep your notes private until you begin your deliberations. When you are deliberating, you're free to say, hey, here's what I wrote down. What did you write down? And also know that at the end of the trial, your notes will be destroyed. They don't become part of the record. So if you write that judge is such a windbag, I'm never going to see that. It will get shredded. If you draw a picture of someone, that will get shredded. But they're private until you begin your deliberations, and then they are memory aids. If you, in your head, remember that a witness said it was raining when the accident happened, someone else said, I wrote down that it was daylight. You are free to consider that, but don't necessarily change your mind because you are certain you heard one thing and someone else wrote something else down. They're memory aids, they're not memory determiners. And I always start with that because some people start taking notes when I give you some of the law that I have to give you, and you're welcome to take that down. So before I give you this basic law that you must apply and tell you a little bit about how the trial is going to flow, I need you to take a second oath, and it's what makes you officially jurors. It's the juror oath. So if you would all please stand and raise your right hand like we did yesterday. I promise it's a different oath. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Kenneth Poole, who is charged with felony murder, vehicular homicide, and fleeing and attempting to elude, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, thank you. You're now officially jurors. There's no turning back. From this morning on out, when you report to court, you should report to the jury room like you did. You buzz that, you hit that button. I don't know if it makes a noise out where you are. It makes a really annoying buzz, which gets our attention back in chambers. And one of us will run and hit a button and it lets you in. But report to the jury room. Don't come into the courtroom. You are purposefully in a bit of a protective information bubble while we have this trial. I'm going to talk a little bit later about the prohibition against outside research. You don't look something up if you've got a question about something. There's a way we'll deal with that. But you also aren't supposed to be interacting with the lawyers or Mr. Poole or any of the folks in this gallery outside the four walls of this courtroom. In other words, if Mr. Abate says something to you, Mr. Miller has a right to know what it was he said so that he might try to rebut that if he thinks it's something that merits rebutting. So when you're walking down the hall during a lunch break or during a break and you see the attorneys, they see you and they look startled and they turn and run. They're not being rude. They won't run, but they're under strict instructions not to interact with you all outside the context of legal proceedings that are on the record with Ms. Rivers taking them down. So report to the jury room, stay in the jury room or this back hallway. That is your private space. The lawyers can't be back in that hallway. So when we have a break, you're welcome to be in the jury room. Those are your restrooms. That's your refrigerator. Those snacks are yours. The water is yours. If you're running low on anything, let Deputy Gordon know and we'll restock. But you can also fan out down that hallway as long as you aren't too noisy. There are two other judges down the hall and they'll come fuss at me about having loud jurors if you're like banging on their door or yelling on the phone. But you can actually see daylight if you go down to those windows, and some folks benefit from seeing the daylight. So that's your space. We will break regularly on a 9 to 5 day. We'll have a mid-morning break, always a lunch break, about an hour, and then a mid-afternoon break. We will also break as often as you need to. So if we're in the middle of a witness and it's just really dry, they're talking about how they took all these measurements and you find that you're fading a little bit, ask for a break. We'll make it shorter if it's not one of the regularly scheduled ones. But if you I just need to walk up and down that hallway twice, then we'll stop because there's not a rewind button. If you miss something, we don't say, oh, juror 7 was kind of drowsy, so I need you to answer those 8 questions again. We don't replay it that way. So do let me know if there's anything that's making it difficult for you to see or hear what's going on. Someone's not loud enough, the screen isn't clear, or like I said, you're just losing focus because we've been going too long before we took a break. The defendant, Mr. Poole, is charged in this indictment with several crimes. Crimes are alleged violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now specifically what the indictment says. You're free to jot this down, but know that you will have this document with you during your deliberations. This is the most legalese it's going to get because the state's required to charge things in a certain way. But again, this document will be with you when you're deliberating. Mr. Poole is charged with 5 offenses. Count 1 charges him with felony murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on April 9th, 2021, he did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being fleeing and attempting to elude, caused the death of Devin Jones, a human being. Count 2 is a second count of felony murder, and it alleges that here in Fulton County, on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that again is fleeing and attempting to elude, he did cause the death of Detarius Minor, a human being. Count 3 charges Mr. Poole with homicide by vehicle in the first degree, also known as vehicular homicide. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully, without malice aforethought, cause the death of Devin Jones, a human being, through the violation of OCGA section 46-390, when the accused drove a motor vehicle in reckless disregard for the safety of persons and property by driving in excess of 100 miles an hour at night without the exterior lights of the vehicle illuminated, while changing lanes without signaling and disregarding a traffic control device, which is something like a stoplight. Count 4 charges Mr. Poole with the second count of vehicular homicide. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully, without malice aforethought, cause the death of Detarius Minor, a human being, through the violation of OCGA, that's Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section 40-6-390, when the accused, Mr. Poole, drove a motor vehicle in reckless disregard for the safety of persons and property by driving in excess of 100 miles per hour at night without the exterior lights of the vehicle illuminated, while changing lanes without signaling, and then disregarding a traffic control device. And finally, Mr. Poole is charged in count 5 with fleeing and attempting to elude. That's the alleged felony. That's what we call the predicate for felony murder in count 1 and count 2. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did willfully fail to bring his vehicle to a stop by Georgia State Patrol Trooper Chadwick Clark, who was in uniform. I need to start that again. I skipped a line. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did willfully fail to bring his vehicle to a stop after being given a visual emergency light signal to bring the vehicle to a stop, that signal being given by Georgia State Patrol Trooper Chadwick Clark, who was in uniform, prominently displaying his badge of office and in an appropriately marked official police vehicle. And further, the allegation is that Mr. Poole did operate his vehicle in excess of 20 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the 5 allegations in the indictment. They are not evidence of guilt. They are merely how the state brings charges against someone, and you should not consider them as even an implication of guilt. Mr. Poole sits before you with that presumption of innocence in his favor, and it stays with him unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of the offenses charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And at the end of the trial, I'll be telling you what the elements are of felony murder and vehicular homicide and fleeing and attempting to elude. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. There's not a point at which I say, all right, you've heard enough, Mr. Miller, it's your turn to do something. It never shifts like that. The state has that burden. This does not mean, however, that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that term means just what it says. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason. And that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. The defendant, who is, as I said, presumed innocent, bears no burden of proof whatsoever. What that means is that, in theory, Mr. Miller doesn't need to do another thing. I suspect he will, but he has no obligation to do so. He doesn't need to give an opening statement. He doesn't need to ask any questions of any of the witnesses that the state calls. And at some point, when I ask the state to call its next witness, the state will say, we rest, we're done. Mr. Miller doesn't need to get up and call witnesses of his own. But you should know that Mr. Poole has an absolute right to subpoena witnesses, to compel them to come to court. And so Mr. Miller, on Mr. Poole's behalf, may well present witnesses, but there's no burden to do that. Plenty of trials end in terms of evidence when the state rests. If, after giving careful consideration to all of the evidence you receive in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind, you would be authorized to convict on one or more of the crimes charged. The basic structure of the trial you're about to hear runs as follows. In a moment, I'll be quiet and I'll ask Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao if they're going to give an opening statement. That is an opportunity for the lawyer to preview to you what he thinks the evidence will show. You're going to hear from this witness who's going to tell you this. You're going to hear from this witness. And also to share maybe what you're not going to hear, that this isn't what this case is about. It's not evidence. It is like a forecast of here's what's going to happen during the course of the trial. And then Mr. Miller will have the same opportunity. He may give an opening. He may defer his opening until he chooses to present his case, if he's going to present a case, or he may give no opening at all. When the openings are done, I will then ask the state to call its first witness. And when that person has been sworn in and sits down and answers the first question, you will begin receiving evidence. Evidence is going to come to you likely in two forms. Definitely witness testimony, what they say in response to questions. Questions are not evidence. An attorney may have a long, isn't it true that the following 10 things happened? If the witness says no, the only evidence you have is no, that's not what happened. Not that the lawyer said they happened. The other likely form of evidence you'll get are exhibits. Pictures, videos, anything that was collected during the course of the investigation. Those will be tendered. State will say, we tender State's Exhibit 1. And if I admit it, that's part of the evidence. And it is likely something that you'll have with you back in the jury room while you're deliberating. So you can look at those pictures again, or you can hold whatever the object is that has been admitted. When the state rests, I'll turn to Mr. Miller to see if he's going to call any witnesses. Again, he's got an absolute right and ability to do it. He may not. That's a defense decision to make. No burden on them. When both sides have rested, the evidence is closed. You'll have heard all the testimony you're going to hear. All the exhibits will have been admitted. The lawyers have a second opportunity to get before you and offer what we call closing arguments or summations. And these are efforts at persuasion. They will be arguing with you to decide the case in their favor. The prosecutor will say, here's why you should convict, A, B, C, D, E. Defense attorney, should he give a closing, will say, here's why there's reasonable doubt. There's a conflict in the evidence. This evidence is missing, whatever the defense argument may be if they make a closing argument. You should feel free to be persuaded as the lawyers connect the dots between all the different witness testimony. But recall that it is not evidence. If a lawyer stands in front of you and for 10 minutes says, you heard that witness tell you that all the lights were out at the intersection, so no one could see what was happening, and you've looked at 10 photographs of the intersection and there are bright lights there, then you would be not persuaded by the lawyer saying that. But the lawyers don't decide what the evidence is. They're going to refer to it and tell you what they think the evidence shows, but you are the fact finders. And so when you're back there deciding things, it's not, well, lawyer X said it was raining. It would be witness X said it was raining, or here's a video showing the rain falling. That's how you decide what the facts are in this case. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you the charge, the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. And I'll read it to you. It'll be up on a screen, but just like you'll get this indictment, you'll also get the charge with you because some of it is a little legalistic. And so you'll have it to read over during your deliberations. During the trial, the attorneys have a right to object to the admission of evidence if they think its admission would violate some rule of evidence. You see this on TV all the time. One of the lawyers will say, objection. They'll need to tell me what it is, so they'll probably say objection, hearsay, or leading, or whatever the objection is. It's my job to rule on the objection. I'll sustain it, which means, whoop, that question was not an appropriate question, and someone needs to ask a different one. or I'll overrule it, which means let's keep going the way we were going. You should not consider my rulings as a comment on the evidence or which side is doing better or if Mr. Poole is guilty or not guilty of anything. I am simply applying the rules of law as I understand them to the situation that comes up. Some judges like to say, I'm calling the balls and strikes. It's not that simple, but if someone objects, I need to rule on it. And if I sustain it, that just means that was a good objection. Don't ask that question. If I overrule it, nope, we'll keep going. Every once in a while, after I rule on an objection, I may tell you to disregard what you were heard. The lawyer will say, I object, move to strike. A witness started to answer a question, and the question didn't seem objectionable, but the witness veered to the left and maybe starts talking about something that's not responsive or just isn't appropriate under the facts and circumstances of this case. If I tell you to disregard something, you really have to do it. And it's going to seem counterintuitive. Judge, I just heard him say the guy was wearing a blue shirt. How do I unremember that he had a blue shirt? You're not going to unremember it. But what you will remember is that I told you to disregard it. So if you wrote it down, cross it out. More importantly, if you're back there during deliberations and one of your groups said, hey, I know what the situation is in this case because that witness said the guy had a blue shirt. That's who we're looking for. Your job is to say, we need to not rely on that testimony. The judge told us to disregard it. Before you start to think this is a crazy, like, how do we unring that bell? If what you heard, you shouldn't have heard is so central to the case, I don't ask you to disregard it. We have what's called a mistrial, and we've got to do it all over again. Not with you, but with another 14 jurors. So we all hope that doesn't happen, that something comes out and a lawyer says, move to strike, and I have a motion. Because every once in a while, someone says something and there's no unringing that bell. It was something you weren't supposed to hear, or it was totally inappropriate for that witness to say it. And it's just not fair to either side to say, hey, don't rely on what you just heard, because you can't forget something like that. So it's usually way out at the edges. And by the time deliberations come around, you don't even remember that the guy said the shirt was blue because it's not material to anything, but it happened to have been inappropriate for that person to say, I remember that his shirt was blue. Lawyers can also make motions during trial. I mentioned that if it's going to be a mistrial, a lawyer will make a motion. A motion to you basically is code for it's a break for you, because a motion is something where they need to talk more freely with you not in earshot. An objection, they'll say objection, hearsay, and we'll duke it out and have that legal argument. You get to listen to all of it, and it's quick. A motion is more drawn out, and a lawyer probably needs to talk about something to say, here are the 5 reasons why this shouldn't come in. And it's important for you not to hear those 5 reasons, because if it's not coming in, then you would never hear about those 5 things. But the lawyer needs to tell me those 5 things outside your presence. We do our best to handle those motions when you're at lunch, before you come in, at the end of the day. But sometimes it's got to be dealt with right then. And so just know we don't do those for fun. You get an extra break. We'll have you step outside for as short a period as possible. Talked about the lawyer's role, my role. I rule on these things. Nothing I say is meant as a comment on the evidence or the guilt or lack of guilt of the defendant. Talk about your role. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what happened, if anything happened, on that date in April of 2021. And you do that by receiving the evidence and processing the evidence. You'll also do it by determining the credibility or believability of witnesses. In determining this believability, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of this case, the manner in which the witness testifies, why is she sweating for half the questions but not the other half, as well as the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. You may have questions of your own during the course of the trial. A witness may say something, you just don't understand what that word meant. It's a technical term. Or when the lawyers are done asking questions of the witness, there's something you want to know about. The way we address that is not ever that you go online during a break and say, I'm just going to look that word up and see what it means. The way we handle it is you see there are 3 stacks of note cards on the shelf in front of some of our jurors. Those are for you. Those are for you to write on one side only, legibly, your questions for that witness. I promise you, at the close of every witness's testimony through the lawyer's questions, I will turn to you and say, do any of you have any questions? And you'll be given time. We don't play the Jeopardy music, but you'll be given time to write down your questions. Deputy Gordon will collect those questions. I'll step outside with the lawyers. We'll look over the questions, because in the same way a lawyer can ask a question that is legally improper, calls for hearsay or gets into an area we're not supposed to get into, you might as well. And the lawyers have a chance, not in your presence, to say, that's a ridiculous question. I don't want to say that and you're offended, but we'll talk about it outside your presence. And all of the legally proper questions, I will then pose to the witness. That's how you get your questions answered. Do not engage in outside research. Don't go home tonight and say, hey, I was in court and this guy said this funny thing. What do you think that means? If you do that and it comes to light, we may well have to try this case over again. And I promise you, if you're the one who caused that, you will come sit and watch the second trial and maybe a few other trials as well. We have all, you in particular, invested a lot in this process. It's important that you get your information here in court from questions that are moderated and mediated by me, to which the lawyers have a chance to object. So you will get to ask your questions if you've got any. And last thing about that, keep in mind, questions are not evidence. So if you write down a question and it's not posed to the witness, that is evidence of nothing. It's a procedural fact. It means that that was a legally improper question. That's not a knock on anyone. It might be a great question. It's just not one that is appropriate for this witness to answer. And so I don't ask it of this witness. And you should draw no inferences or conclusions from the fact that one of your questions was not posed to the witness. I've mentioned it before, but it bears repeating. You need to pay close attention because there's no rewind button. So if at any point you need a break, or someone's talking too fast, or is too far from the microphone so you can't hear them, I'll get them up close to that mic so you can hear, because the mics work really well in the courtroom. And there's no reason for a witness to be inaudible other than that he or she is nervous and is away from the microphone. It's also important that you view this evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to reach conclusions early on. You might hear from a couple witnesses. The state may start with some witnesses who are super strong in their mind for their case. You say, we're done. I understand what happened here. Well, number one, you don't even have the law. You don't know what the state has to prove. And so a witness may seem very convincing, but of what? What are the elements of vehicular homicide? You'll know, but you know that at the end of the trial. A corollary of this is that you all should not deliberate early. When you have your first lunch break, it's fine to be a large group, a small group, be with each other, but don't talk about the case. Don't say, hey, what'd you think about that first witness? I don't know where the state's going with this, or that cross-examination wasn't real compelling. You can be thinking those things, but the group doesn't process all that until all the evidence is in, closings are done, and I've given you the law. So you will have breaks, and it's fine to interact, just don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else. We've talked about no outside research. I'll repeat that every time we take a break. You should know this, when the trial is over, there's nothing confidential happening in here. Just we keep you in this info cocoon during the course of the trial. When the trial is over, it is fine to talk with anyone and everyone about what you heard, what you did, what you thought. You're not sworn to secrecy. You can complain to loved ones about jury duty. You can extol its virtues. You can go online and look something up once the trial is over, once the jury has reached a verdict or concluded its deliberations, however they may conclude. Until then, you're sort of on dark mode and not interacting with people outside your group and talking about the case. But when it is over, there's no prohibition on engaging with others to say, this is what I thought, I felt, or ask questions. Okay. That concludes my preliminary instructions, and I'm going to turn to Mr. Abate and Mr. Rao to see if they're given an opening.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you are up.
Good morning. Hey, I want to echo what you guys just said. Thank you all for your time. I know the next couple of days is not exactly where you want to be in your lives, children, jobs, other places that you could be. But you being here, you doing this service is one of the most important things, one of the most important places that you can be, not only for the family of both Devin Jones and Detarius Minor, but the defendant and the Poole. Your job is important. Throughout this trial, the judge, myself, defense counsel will all continue to tell you how important your job is as jurors, as you sit and listen to all the evidence and all the facts, and all the testimony that unfolds over the next few days. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to hear is that on April 9th of 2021, the defendant was driving his 2017 Q50 Infiniti. And what the evidence is going to show is he was in town from Memphis, Tennessee, with some of his friends, two of them being Devin Jones and Detarius Minor. That they were traveling around 3 a.m. on I-75 north, kind of in the Midtown area, near Atlantic Station and the Georgia Tech campus, just to give you some points of reference. And that they continued to travel up 75 to where 75 and 85 merge, and continued to travel down 85 to Georgia 400 in the Buckhead, where 85 and 400 right there before. You can either continue to go straight down 85 north, or you can go to the right down Georgia 400. And what the evidence is going to show is that as they traveled, the defendant was speeding. He was traveling at high rates of speed, and a Georgia State trooper was patrolling that area and detected the speeding. And as he detected the speeding, he attempted to initiate a traffic stop. And ladies and gentlemen, that traffic stop, that attempt to stop Mr. Poole, ended the lives of both Devin Jones and Detarius Minor. The conscious decisions, the conscious disregard of this defendant ended the life of both the passengers and both Mr. Devin Jones and Detarius Minor. The defendant's conscious decisions and disregard left his car like this. Left his Q50 Infiniti almost unrecognizable. The passenger front area of that car basically collapsed. And ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence is going to show is that on April 9th, 2021, just a little after 3 a.m. like we talked about, Trooper Chadwick Clark, who you will meet and hear testify during the trial, he will tell you that he's been working with the Georgia State Troopers since 2011. He began as a dispatch and then later became a trooper, and now and currently back in April 9th of 2021, was working with the Georgia State Troopers 9th unit. And what he'll tell you is they patrol the area of Fulton County, Cobb County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, and Clayton, all the major metropolitan areas surrounding Atlanta. And what he'll tell you is on that night of April 9th of 2021, he was patrolling or traveling down I-75, like I said, kind of near Atlantic Station and Georgia Tech campus. And as he was patrolling or traveling down I-75, the defendant's white Infiniti was traveling in the HOV lane at approximately 95 miles per hour. He's going to tell you that his car is equipped with radar equipment, and as the vehicle passed him, that's what the radar indicated, is that he was traveling at approximately 95 miles an hour. And the speed limit, or the speed zone in that area, was 55. And so as Trooper Clark detected this, he took note, turned on his dash cam, as he does before he initiates a traffic stop, and begins to follow the defendant, begins to follow the white Infiniti. And he'll tell you he follows it for a few minutes, because he wants to be able to stop the car in a safe area. And he'll explain to you what he means by that, but he'll tell you that the reason he wanted to get to a safe area, one, because he knew the area, and he knew coming up as emerged on I-85, that the Gore area was coming up as it related or intersected with Georgia 400. And he knew that was the safest place to initiate the traffic stop, not only for the vehicle and the occupants within it, but for himself. And he'll tell you that that's a practice of his in that area because he had been struck on multiple occasions in the past. So knowing all that, because of his training and his experience as a trooper, he initiated the traffic stop around the area of, if you're off of I North, there's an exit where you can go Buford Highway or Monroe, right there, Monroe Drive, and he blue lighted the defendant. He had seen the defendant not only speeding that he had detected, but failed to maintain lane several times, made lane changes without his blinker, as you're supposed to do. So he began to initiate that traffic stop. And ladies and gentlemen, you will see the actions and the procedures that Trooper Clark took on April 9th of 2021 after he detected the defendant speeding. And you'll hear him and you'll get to see how the defendant was driving. And what you'll hear in the dash cam, which you will hear every time that the defendant fails to maintain lane, you'll hear Trooper Clark describe that in his dash cam. You know, he'll say the front and back tire, passenger side, cross over the line, things of that nature. So he is documenting the traffic violations that the defendant continues to commit after he detects his speed. And what the evidence will show is that after Trooper Clark attempted to initiate the traffic stop, as they approached Georgia 400 North, the defendant did not stop. Trooper Clark put on his blue lights. The defendant still didn't stop. So he also went lights and sirens. Still the defendant didn't stop. What the defendant did, what that light infinity did, was he then picked up his speed. He began to travel at a high rate of speed. And you will hear Trooper Clark talk about the speed in the dash cam at the high rates of speed that they were having to go at over 100 miles per hour. And you will see that Trooper Clark, because of this, he maintained a good distance after the defendant, instead of stopping, continued to speed up, not only for his safety, but the safety of other drivers on the road and the defendant's safety. And what you will see as you continue to watch the dash cam footage is that the defendant continues to drive at speeds over 100 miles per hour, erratically weaving in and out of traffic on Georgia 400 North. And not only doing that, but as he travels, he gets closer to the Lennox Road exit, the first exit off of Georgia 400 North, he turns off his lights to try to further evade Trooper Clark, to try to further not be seen, to try to escape responsibility for his actions. And all of this, like I said, will be captured on the dash cam of Trooper Clark's vehicle. And what the evidence will show is that the defendant then exits off Georgia 400 North, still going, traveling at an incredibly high rate of speed, lights off. And what the evidence will show, what we're looking at on the screen, is that the defendant exits off of Georgia 400. And if anybody's familiar with this area, if you take a right, you'll take a right onto Lennox Road, that takes you towards Fifth Plaza, Fifth Mall, and then also Lennox Mall. And what you can do is you take a left, that will also put you on Lennox Road and shoot you out towards Piedmont. And so, or you can go straight, which puts you back into a wall, concrete wall. And because the defendant was traveling at such a high rate of speed, what the evidence will show is that when he exits off of the Lennox Road exit, he was traveling at 130 miles per hour. And what you'll hear is that 5 seconds prior to the defendant's collision into the concrete wall, that he was doing 130 miles an hour. That as he attempted to make the left turn off the exit, and when he collides into this concrete wall, he's traveling at 78 miles per hour. The vehicle can't make the turn. And you'll see on the dash cam that as the defendant attempts to make the left turn through the traffic light, which is red, that he nearly strikes a white box van. And on the dash cam, you see this white box van, you see the defendant attempt to take the left. And as Trooper Clark approaches the intersection where the light was, where the defendant ran the red light, he immediately sees the white Infinity. And he sees that it's on fire, it's turned over. And what you will see on Trooper Clark's dash cam is that he immediately stops his car, he gets out, he gets his fire extinguisher, and begins to attempt to put out the fire, which he's successful at, and attempts to render aid and kind of survey the scene and the damage and the destruction. What the defendant just did, as he fled, instead of stopping for speeding. And what Trooper Clark encountered when he got out of that vehicle, after he ensured that the car was not on fire, he immediately radioed for backup. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is that when he initially radioed that there was a pursuit, that the defendant was fleeing, that all of the troopers kind of are listening with the Nighthawk unit, which he's involved in, and they all kind of go towards that location. So when he radioed that the pursuit had ended, that the defendant, as he was fleeing, hit this concrete wall, within seconds, his fellow troopers were there to help try to render aid and to put out the fire. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is that as he came up on the scene, he saw what was the white Q50. And what he will tell you is that he saw is almost the majority, all of the impact was on the front passenger side of the vehicle. And what he saw as he approached the vehicle is he saw the defendant. He was laying upside down. His back was on the roof. His hands and the top of his head were were outside of what this used to be the passenger door. And his feet were in the driver compartment steering area of the vehicle. What he'll tell you is he continued to look through the scene to see if there were any other people in the vehicle. And what he saw is in the back seat, laying down, was the Terrier's Minor. And he begins to try to radio for help, continuing, waiting for EMS and fire. His fellow troopers and him are trying to make sure that the fire is out. They're trying to keep the defendant calm. What Trooper Clark will tell you is Mr. Minor was breathing shallow, was never able to be conscious or communicate with any of the troopers on the scene. And they continued to try to do whatever they could to keep the driver of the vehicle, Kenneth Poole, calm until EMS and other medical personnel could arrive. And as they continued to survey the scene, look to see, if anything else was damaged, things of that nature, they came across Devin Jones' body. And Devin Jones was found right in front of the concrete wall that the defendant struck, going 78 miles an hour. And they checked to see if there were any signs of life. Trooper Clark, his fellow troopers will tell you, is that there were none. Devin Jones was ejected from the vehicle and was dead on the scene. And Trooper Clark will tell you that shortly thereafter, the fire department, Brady EMS responded. They began to initially try to unpin the defendant from inside of the vehicle. And what he'll tell you is that they had to use, for lack of better words, they call it the jaws of life, to try to extract both Mr. Minor and Mr. Poole out of that Infiniti. And they first were able to extract the defendant, Mr. Poole, from the front passenger side of the vehicle as the car laid upside down. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is that the driver's side, you'll see other photographs and video of the entire car, was at a higher, kind of like a seesaw. So the lower area of the car was the passenger side, which is why he was removed head first from that side of the car. But he will tell you that as he surveyed the scene at the beginning of when he encountered the crash, he saw the defendant's feet in the area of the driver's compartment, below the steering wheel. And what he'll also tell you is while on scene, he continued to talk with EMS personnel, and one of the personnel that he spoke to was Joe Connors. And Joe Connors was one of the first EMTs who arrived on scene to initiate medical procedures on the defendant. And you'll meet Mr. Connors, and he will explain to you how many scenes and accidents and other calls that he dispatched to and provided care to anyone he had to. And what he will tell you is what Trooper Clark will tell you is when Joe Connors came to him, he told him that.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
No, you can just make your objection.
All right, this can't get in, it's hearsay.
Okay, make sure you're not providing hearsay in your opening. If you have a good faith basis to believe that what you're about to share comes in, you're welcome to preview it. If you share with the jury something that doesn't come in, I suspect Mr. Miller will point that out in his closing.
Yes, sir.
Also, Your Honor, we spoke to Mr. Connor and he's
So
already.
I don't want you to get into what Mr. Connors told you. Can in your opening, but right now this is the state's opening.
What the evidence will show and what the testimony will be is that Joe Connors told Trooper Clark that when he was first in contact and surveying the damage, destruction of the passenger, Mr. Minor, and the driver, Mr. Poole, that Mr. Poole told him he was driving the vehicle at the time that it collided with the concrete wall. Now, what Mr. Connors is going to tell you is that he's, since that call, had been on many calls before, and then he calls after. And what he's going to tell you is he doesn't have an independent recollection of this incident as it happened on April 9th, 2021. And he doesn't have any reason to dispute that he told Trooper Clark those exact statements about what the defendant told him. But what's important is Trooper Clark reports documenting everything that he did and everything that happened on April 9th, 2021, moving forward. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is on April 9th of 2021, he met Joe Connors for the first time. And he met Joe Connors because Joe Connors approached him as an EMT on the scene and explained to him what the defendant told him. Now, what you will also hear is that the defendant was taken to Grady Hospital and for any medical procedures that he needed moving forward. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is he also traveled to Grady Hospital. And he traveled to Grady Hospital to talk and interview the defendant. And when he did, he encountered the defendant. He was in the hospital. He'll tell you he was in a hospital bed. He was alert. He was able to speak clearly, and he was understanding the questions that were being asked. He'll tell you that there were doctors and nurses also in the room moving about, and that he just asked the defendant some very brief questions. He asked him, "Why did you run for me?" What Trooper Clark will tell you is the defendant said, "I don't know." Trooper Clark then asked, "Do you have a good reason for running for me?" And what Trooper Clark will tell you is that Poole said, "No." He then asked Mr. Poole, "Is the car, the Infiniti, is it yours?" He said, "Yes." And then when he asked Mr. Poole, "Were you driving the car?" when you ran from me? He said, yes, he was driving the car. And then he stopped the interview at that point. And he left and continued his part of the investigation. And what I mean by that is he collaborated with other members of the Georgia State Patrol. And those other members include Corporal Lee, who is a member of they call it the SCIRT team, but it's called the Specialized Collision Reconstruction Team. And what you're going to learn and hear from Corporal Lee is that he is a collision reconstruction specialist. He's received countless hours of training. He's been working with the Georgia State Patrol, specifically the SCIRT team, for a number of years. And what he'll tell you is that on April 9th, 2021, he also responded to the scene. And he, as a trained collision reconstruction specialist, zeroes in on specific things that he sees when he's surveying a crash scene. And one of the first things he does is he walks the scene, he looks for tire marks, and any marks that he finds, he spray paints them, why he spray paints them for distance, reasons, to put in equations and things of that nature. He photographs the entire scene. He takes pictures of what he knows and believes to be important based on all the training that he's received and his experience in collision reconstruction. He then has the car impounded after he does his investigation at the scene, after he takes his photographs, after he takes the measurements that he needs to do his part of the investigation. And what he'll tell you is the vehicle is then impounded or towed to a tow lot or an impound company. He later, what he does, he then goes to that lot on April 14th. And what he'll tell you is that many cars have what's called an airbag control module. For lack of a better word, it's like a black box in there. And it's in somewhere in the front of the vehicle. It'll tell you he's able to, based on his training and experience, plug his computer up to that black box and extract the data that's contained in this airbag control module. He will go in great detail about why the airbag control module is important, what it tells you, and things of that nature. But what he will tell you is, like, as we've discussed, that 5 seconds prior to the collision, the defendant was traveling down the exit ramp or off the exit, attempting to go onto Lennox Road at 130 miles an hour. That at the time or the point of impact with the concrete wall, the vehicle was traveling 78 miles per hour. He'll talk about how he reviewed dash cam footage of Trooper Clark and that he did math equations to determine, calculate the feet traveled per second. And all of that goes towards the investigation and statements that Trooper Clark obtained from the defendant and from Joe Connors. And as a result of that, what Trooper Clark will tell you is that on April 17th, 2021, he takes arrest warrants or swears arrest warrants out for the defendant for felony murder, vehicular homicide, fleeing and attempting to elude, and other traffic charges. As the judge had read to you and discussed to you earlier, that Trooper Clark then will tell you that he then goes to see the defendant again, because he knows he's still at Grady, and informs him of the charges, that he has charges, the warrants have been taken out, and that upon discharge, he's turned himself into Fulton County Jail. What the evidence is going to show, and what you're going to hear from Trooper Clark, is that the defendant fails to turn himself in upon discharge from Grady, when he's discharged in April. And what Trooper Clark is going to also tell you is that the defendant was then later arrested June 11th, 2021 in Memphis, Tennessee. Now, you're also going to hear evidence about the deaths of both Devin Jones and Terrence Minor. And you're going to hear from Dr. Michael Heninger, who is a medical examiner, or was a medical examiner in Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And he'll tell you he's now currently employed, still as a medical examiner, just in one of the neighboring counties, DeKalb County. And he'll talk to you about an autopsy and what goes in to an autopsy and the procedures that are done when he's doing the autopsy at both Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor. And what he'll tell you is ultimately based on what he saw through his procedures and the analysis of injuries of both Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones is that both Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones died of blunt force trauma to the head. And he'll tell you the manner of death, which is no surprise to any of you after you've seen the photographs. And it'll be no surprise after you hear all of the evidence in the testimony, the witnesses, that the manner of death was a traffic accident. Now, the judge kind of went through some housekeeping stuff briefly before, but as the judge said, you get to take notes. And note taking is important, and it's important that you pay attention because though the court reporter, Ms. Rivers, is terrific at her job, what she can't do is during the deliberation time, after all of the evidence is closed and y'all's time to go through all the evidence and apply the evidence and the law together. She can't give you transcripts. Your transcripts are your notes, your memories of the evidence and the testimony as it unfolds over the next couple of days. So your notes are important. They're very important because they become your transcript. What to remember is that this trial is not about the victims and the witnesses being put on trial for things that can and can't remember. You're going to see Trooper Clark and other troopers and EMTs, they have reports. And they'll likely have to have their recollection refreshed. They'll have to look at their report to recall exactly what they wrote, what they observed on April 9th, 2021. And that's the purpose of those reports. I can't remember what I did yesterday most times. So it is the reason for those reports and the importance that they hold is that they document things that happened on the day and at the time that they observed. So you shouldn't penalize them for having to look at the things that they were required to do in order to be able to give you, ladies and gentlemen, the best evidence as you sit here as jurors on this case. But what the evidence will show is that there was no excuse or any sort of justification for the conduct of the defendant on April 9th, 2021. And that conduct and those conscious decisions ended two lives. Ended two lives. All because he was trying to escape responsibility that evening. The lives of Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor ended because of the decision that this defendant consciously made. Now, as we talked about, as I wrap my opening up, what the evidence is going to show, what this case is about, is going to be about the conscious decisions, the conscious disregard that this defendant has for human life that night. Not only the lives of his passengers, but the danger he put other drivers on the road that night. And that he had zero concern or hesitation as he reached speeds as high as 130 miles an hour. And that he attempted to escape all responsibility, not only on April 9th, 2021, but following when he failed to turn himself in and was later arrested months later on June 11th of 2021 in Memphis. All the evidence will be clear about the defendant's guilt. And at the end of the trial, after all the evidence and testimony that's been put forth before you, ladies and gentlemen, as a jury, I have the privilege to come before you, myself, my co-counsel, Mr. Rao. We'll get to explain all the evidence and all the facts as you heard them here during the trial. We will talk about the law that Your Honor will charge you before you get to deliberate, and what all of the evidence will show, and what the truth of what happened on April 9th, 2021 is. So the defendant is guilty of all counts. The defendant consciously disregarded the traffic stop that Trooper Clark attempted to initiate. The defendant consciously reached speeds of over 100 miles an hour. And that the defendant consciously attempted to escape Trooper Clark. And as a result of that, caused the death of both the passengers in his car, Devin Jones and Darius Minor. And at the end of this, we'll ask you to find the defendant guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Miller, are you going to give an opening at this time?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask to invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right. Mr. Bate, if you can make sure if there are any witnesses here that they step outside.
Yes, sir.
Additionally, Your Honor, there is a screen that is outside the courtroom. It would be pointless for us to invoke that if that screen is still showing what's going on inside the courtroom. We would just ask that that's turned off.
I don't think it is, I don't see that listed as the Zoom room. So if someone wants to go out there to confirm that it's showing there is a screen, but if the screen just says Judge McBurney's courtroom,
So,
okay, I didn't think so. Good to keep in mind, but we intentionally don't add it. It is the screens you see here are the only ones that are part of the feed. Thank you, Deputy.
April 9th, 2021 at 3 a.m. is not where this story begins. April 9th, 2021 at 3 a.m. is not where this story began for Mr. Poole. That's not the point where this story began for Deterius Minor. It's not where this story began for Devin Jones. April 9th, 2021 at 3 a.m. is a small, itty-bitty snapshot of what happened that entire time that they were here in Atlanta, Georgia, from Memphis, Tennessee that weekend. I'd like to thank you all for being here. My name is Steve Miller. I'm the attorney representing Mr. Poole. This is my assistant, Ms. Star Coble. And together, all three of us are going to tell you all what actually happened leading up to the events that occurred on April 9th, 2021 at 3 a.m. and the subsequent events that the evidence is going to show that this investigation into who actually was driving that car was during that time. This story begins in Memphis, Tennessee. My client, Mr. Poole, Devin Jones, who they call Devo, and Deterius Minor, who they call DT, were all friends. And it's going to show that they have been friends for years. Their family, their friends will tell you that blood did not bring them closer, that they were tight. If you saw one, you saw the other. A couple months prior to this, Deterius Minor moved to Atlanta, Georgia from Memphis, Tennessee. He had started cutting hair down here, and he had lived in an apartment in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, on April 8th, Mr. Poole had been cutting hair up until 12:30 a.m. That next morning, evidence is going to show that he went cut another person's hair. Then went to work, and then he met up with Devin Jones, Brandy Jefferson, Corey Williams, who they call House, Eric Harrington, who is called EJ, and Quentin Patrick, who they call Scooby, who also was Deterius Minor's cousin. Quentin Patrick owned a barbershop in Memphis, Tennessee. And it was not your typical, you run in, get your hair cut, and you're out. This was a community barbershop. And it was full of some of the best barbers that were in Memphis, Tennessee. That's where everybody met. All of these 5 people were all barbers at this barbershop. They were called celebrity barbers. Why? Because they were going out of town to cut hair for celebrities. Like I said, they did some very good job. They did a very good job of cutting hair. And while they were there, they all became a family at that barbershop. Every single last one of them. That weekend of April 8th, 2021, April 9th, 2021, they were coming down to Atlanta for a number of reasons. They were coming here to go to a hair show that was happening in Atlanta. They were coming down here to cut hair for a couple artists, hip hop artists, who they cut. And they were coming down here to look for another location for Quentin Patrick to open up his barbershop in the game. It was going to be a part 2. Now the ride down here, in one car was Mr. Poole and Devin Johnson, who's called Devo. In another car was a rental car, was Brandy and EJ, Eric Harrington. The third car contained Quentin Patrick and Corey Williams. They left everyone and went down to Atlanta earlier. Detarius Minor, remember, already stayed in Atlanta, already had an apartment in Atlanta. That day, April 9th, they left around 3 p.m. and made the 6-hour drive from Memphis to Atlanta, Georgia. Once they got to Atlanta, Georgia, the 2 cars split. Randy and EJ went to the Airbnb where Corey Williams and Quentin Patrick had already made it. And Mr. Poole and Devin Johnson went to a family member of Mr. Poole's house so that he can cut their hair. He cut those 2 family members' heads, their hair, and then he left there. They all arrived in Atlanta around 9:10 p.m. He cut their hair, he left, and he went to a artist named Kivo Money's Airbnb to cut his hair and to cut his chef's hair. While there, and he cut their hair, everyone at the Airbnb was sitting around waiting, with the exception of Brandy Jefferson. Brandy left shortly after arriving at the Airbnb and drove to pick up Detarius Minor. The reason she had to drive to pick up Mr. Minor was because although he lived in Atlanta, he did not have a car, he did not have any transportation. And so as soon as she got here, she went to go pick up their friend. She picks up Mr. Minor, they arrive back at the Airbnb. By now, it's early morning. Mr. Poole and Devin Johnson left from cutting Kivo Money's hair and went to an album release party where Kivo Money was. They stayed there about 45 minutes to an hour, and they left around 1:30 a.m. They left there and they drove to the Airbnb. The first thing that Mr. Poole saw when they arrived at that Airbnb was Detarius Minor hanging out the window. Overjoyed and happy to see them, he was yelling, "Hey, my friends are here." He runs out of the Airbnb and he sees Mr. Poole and Devin Johnson. Quentin Patrick and Corey Williams are the older ones out of the group. I know I'm giving y'all a lot of names. It's going to make sense later. even more sense. Corey Williams and Quinn Patrick are the oldest ones out the group. It is around 1:30 in the morning. They're tired. They had actually dozed off and went to sleep inside. Evidence is going to show that everybody went inside, tried to wake them up, played around with them until they finally got up so that they can go out to yet another spot to grab some food, hang out, whatever they could do, because they were in Atlanta. They were coming from Memphis. Let's keep the party going. They got to that last spot around 2 to 2:15 a.m. And I'm giving you roundabout times because it's 3 years later and they didn't write reports. They get to this last spot around 2:15 a.m. They have social media to show that they were at that spot at 2 to 2:15 a.m. And they stay there for about 45 minutes to an hour. Every single person that was at that restaurant, at that lounge with them at 2 a.m. is going to be here to testify for Mr. Poole. Every single person that was at that restaurant, that was at that Airbnb with them that morning, is going to tell you that they saw Detarius Minor grab the keys from Mr. Poole. Every single person is going to tell you that it was nothing for Detarius Minor to drive Kenneth Poole's car. It was something that they did when they were in Memphis. It was something that they would expect when they were in Atlanta. And the evidence is going to show that every single person saw Detarius Minor as the driver of that car leaving that lounge that morning. They're also going to say that was the last time that they saw Detarius Minor. That was the last time that they saw Devin Jones. And they will tell you Detarius Minor was in the driver's seat. They will tell you Devin Jones was in the passenger seat. They will tell you Kenneth Poole got into the back. They will tell you that he was the last one to get into the car. That the two of them had went up, the two being Detarius Minor and Devin Jones, went first to go get the car while Mr. Poole, Brandy, and Quentin Patrick were standing outside of that lounge, laughing, joking, and talking. Every single one of them will tell you that. We expect the evidence to show that what happened shortly after 3 was that Detarius Minor was driving that vehicle. And not only was he driving that vehicle, but he was the one that got off that exit and ran into that overpass bridge. It's going to show you that the car flipped multiple times. The evidence is going to show you that the car hit a wall going 78 miles per hour. You'll see the debris field from where this car flipped multiple times. And the evidence is going to show that not a single person had on their seatbelt. Airbags were deployed, and it was a bad accident. You'll see from the video that it took seconds for the officer to get to the top of the hill. And you'll see the fire that was there. You'll also see Mr. Poole attempting to crawl out of that vehicle. you're going to see that it was wreckage everywhere. You're going to see that Mr. Poole is in and out of consciousness. And from that, you cannot expect for anyone to give any kind of statement. You're going to hear from Dr. Condon, who's going to tell you that from the time that this accident happened to the time that Mr. Poole was inside that hospital, there is no way that he could have given any kind of statement. That if you run into a wall going 78 miles per hour, you cannot expect anybody to be coherent. You cannot expect anybody to voluntarily give a statement. We also expect that evidence to show that the so-called statement that Trooper Clark claims that he has was not audio recorded, it's not video recorded. He didn't even read any Miranda rights, attempt to have Mr. Poole sign anything. There was not a doctor in that hospital when they heard that statement. There was not a nurse around that heard that statement. The medical records will not even show that he was there objectively on the day that he says that he went. They'll say he went at a later time, but the day that he claims he made this statement, there is nothing objectionable to show that it even happened. Nothing. This was in 2021, and the evidence will show that despite all the technology that we had, he didn't record it, he didn't audio record it, he didn't video record it. All he did was write a simple note on his police report at some other day, at some other time, and expect for you all to believe it. Throughout this trial, you'll see myself talking with my investigator. You'll see me talking with my assistant. You'll see me on my phone. Please believe that every single thing that we are doing and everything that we are working on for the duration of this trial is to ensure that you all get the truth, to ensure that you all see the real story, not this 30-second investigation that they all want you to believe. You have notepads, and I've seen you all writing on them. But like the judge said, do not be hammered down by those notepads. Do not try to write every single thing you do. My mentor always told me that if it is important, you will remember it. So just take that in mind as you do it. I want to leave you with the words that I left with Mr. Poole when we first met. You cannot prove a negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Abate, if you would please call your first witness.
Same call, Mr. Tamikia Martin.
Do you have a different witness or you think Ms. Martin is out there?
He does it.
Come on up here, please, ma'am. Thank you. If you'll turn and face Deputy Gordon, he's going to swear you in and then you can take a seat.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so God.
I do.
Glory to God.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Tamikia Martin, Tamekia. Last name is Martin.
Good morning, Ms. Martin.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors where are you from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, and how long have you lived in Memphis, Tennessee?
My entire life.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a nail technician.
And can you tell the jurors if you have any children?
I now have one. I had two.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors do you have two boys, two girls?
I had a son who was born in 1998, Devin Jones Jr., and I have a daughter who was born in 2000, Diamond Gun.
And your son, Devin, he was your oldest?
He was my oldest, yes.
And can you tell the jurors what did Devin do before he died?
Devin was a barber.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that when you say he's a barber? What does that mean?
Devin cut hair for a living. He had several, I didn't even know he had that many friends and people that just loved him. He cut hair sun up to sundown.
And did he work at a barber shop in your hometown, Memphis?
He did. He worked at several, about 3 or 4 before he passed.
Okay. And were there times that Devin would not only cut hair in Memphis, but would he travel out of town to cut a hair of clients?
He did.
Okay. And did he ever come to Atlanta prior to April 9th, 2021 to cut hair?
As far as I know, he had been here, I think 3 times prior to my knowledge to cut hair.
And where else would he go to cut hair, if you know?
As far as I know, he would come here, he would go to Nashville. He had gone to Miami at one point. Traveling with different people, like we have a lot of underground celebrities in Memphis, and he would travel with them to cut hair and whatnot.
Okay. And when you say celebrities, would he cut hair of music artists?
Music artists, yes.
And did Devin cut hair for your family?
He did.
Okay. And did he have any children that
he had a 3-year-old son at the time of his death that, yes, he cut his hair as well.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors a little bit about why, to your knowledge, Devin was coming to Atlanta on the weekend of April 9th, 2021?
Well, to my understanding, Devin came.
Stop.
Speculation.
Stop.
Awesome. I'll withdraw the question. I'll ask more specific question.
Okay.
Was your son, Devin, was he coming to Atlanta to do what he does?
Objection, he's leaving.
Overruled.
Was he coming to cut hair?
He was. I spoke with Devin just before he left because he was supposed to cut his son's hair. And because he did not cut his son's hair, I called him while they were on the road.
Who was Devin on the road with?
Devin was in the vehicle with Terry's Minor and Kenneth Poole.
And And, who is, you said Terry's Minor, who is that?
Deterius Minor was a friend of Devin's he was also a barber. They all were barbers. Kenneth, Devin, and Deterius. Deterius was the other young man who passed away with Devin, the same night as Devin, in the same car accident.
And, had you had the opportunity to meet and hang out with, Terry's Minor before?
I had never hung out with them. I've been to the barber shop, because I would take my grandson in to get his haircut, when my son didn't take him with him.
And had you had the opportunity to meet, Kenneth Poole?
I never formally met either of them. They just knew me as Devin's mother. And I knew them as co-workers, basically.
From, you said the barber shop?
Yeah.
Okay. And,
At the time of their death, they worked at In the Cut barbershop.
Did Devin own that barber shop?
No,
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about, who owned the shop?
I don't even know his real name, his government name. We call him Scooby.
And, how long had Devin been working at, Scooby's shop?
As far as I can remember, I think Devin had only been there maybe 3 or 4 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And, prior to Devin's death, how long had he been cutting hair? Had he been a barber?
Devin had been a barber. He started cutting hair while he was in middle school. So around 13, 14, he started cutting hair. When he graduated, he went to school to get his certificate for cutting hair, to be a barber.
And, can you tell the jurors, when Devin died, April 9th, 2021, how old was he?
Devin passed away April 9th of 2021. He was 22 years old. His birthday would have been April 14th. So he passed away 5 days before his 23rd birthday.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. And hard copy yet. This place to go.
Mr. Rao, do you all have a exhibit list?
I do.
Okay.
Look at State's Exhibit 1 and State's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize, State 1, State 1?
Yes, that's my son, Devin Jones Jr.
And do you tell the jurors in the court, how do you recognize State?
That's Deterius Minor, the other young man that passed away.
Okay. The State's Exhibit 1 fairly and accurately depicts your son, Devin Jones, how he looked before he died.
Yes, sir.
And in State's Exhibit 2, this fairly and accurately depicts how Deterius Minor looked before he was killed. Yes.
I need you to answer out loud, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
This time around, State Attender with remark to State's Exhibits 1 and 2 in the evidence.
I would object to State's Exhibit 2, as she said she's never met DT.
I didn't say that.
So you may need to say something other than DT. I'm not sure what you mean.
I apologize.
Okay, do you want to explore that with her? I don't want to state what my recollection is of the evidence, but the objection is she's not in a position to identify Mr. Minor.
We definitely go through it again.
Yeah,
I thought you said, well, I'll just ask you the question. Had you had an opportunity to come in contact or see Mr. Minor at the barbershop like you talked about?
I knew my son, of course, which was Devin Jones Jr. I knew Deterius Minor. I also knew Kenneth Poole.
and you knew Mr. Minor not by name only, but you'd seen him before.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've seen Deterius Minor. I've shook Deterius's hand.
All right, we're not pressing you anymore on that. The objection is overruled. 1 and 2 are admitted.
Commissioner Publisher.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Martin, it states that 1, is this your son, Devin Jones?
It has a screen over the.
If you hit, does it say stay
Stay
mute?
muted
Hit
or-
stay mute, please. Yes. Thank you.
And you asked me, is that my son?
Yes.
Yes,
And, is this how you remember Devin before he was killed?
yes,
And then, in State Exhibit 2, is this, Mr. Minor, the same Mr. Minor that you just recently spoke about, the time you had met him on several occasions?
yes.
Okay. And, now, after, Devin left with, Mr. Minor and Mr. Poole, did you have an opportunity to, speak with him when he arrived at Atlanta?
I didn't speak with him after they got to Atlanta. No, I didn't.
And, can you tell the jurors, prior to him leaving, when was the last time that you, spoke with him?
I spoke with Devin, around, I want to say around 1 in the afternoon. The day before they were killed, the day before they left, I called him and asked him why he hadn't cut his son's hair. He told me he didn't have time because Mr. Poole had come to pick him up. And he was ready to go. And the last thing he said was he'll cut it when he get back.
And, is this, in the conversation that you're referring to, is this a conversation you had when he was on his way to Atlanta?
They were en route to Atlanta.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you, know that, your son, Mr. Jones, was not only, with, Mr. Poole, who had come to pick him up, but he was with Mr. Minor?
Because they hadn't actually picked Mr. Minor up yet. They were en route to pick him up. They were behind schedule. To my understanding, everyone else had already left. And they were behind schedule, so they were trying to catch up. So he had picked Devin up and they were gonna pick Mr. Minor up.
And, the time that you had met both Mr. Minor and, Mr. Poole, were all the times in, Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes,
And, did you know, or do you know, what kind of vehicle, the defendant, Kenneth Poole, drove?
he drove a white Infinity.
And, do you see, the person that you know as Kenneth Poole, here in the courtroom today?
If you need to stand up, it's okay to stand up. These monitors block a lot of things.
I do see him.
Just for the record, if you would, point in direction, and identify an article of clothing, describe an article of clothing that, you know.
Yes, on a, I'm assuming that's black blazer and a white button down.
And to his,
There are 3 people at the table you were looking at, and there are 2 people with dark blazers and lighter shirts. Is Mr. Poole the person in the middle or the person on your left?
Mr. Poole is the person in the middle.
Okay, you've identified Mr. Poole.
now, after Devin left, with Mr. Poole, and eventually Mr. Minor, how did you, learn about his death?
I got a phone call about 8 a.m. on the 9th. My husband called. He was at work and he called and said that he had bad news.
So, thanks, listener, but I'll ask a more direct question. Did you get a phone call that your son was killed?
I did.
Okay. And, where was he killed?
He was killed in Atlanta.
Okay. And after you, saw him, the last time you had seen him, in Memphis, and the last time you spoke to him, on the phone, did you ever see or speak to him again?
I didn't.
After the after your son was killed, can you tell the jurors, did the defendant ever reach out to you?
He never reached out to me. I reached out to him.
And can you tell the jurors at the time you reached out to him, were you able to connect or have a conversation with him?
I did.
Tell me about that.
I called him, I think it may have been a week or so after the accident. I don't even think it had been 2 weeks because I don't believe I had buried my son yet. I actually called to ask him how he was doing. I ended up speaking with his mother that particular day, and the conversation didn't go too well. But I did call him back to check on him again. He said he wasn't doing too well. He was still in the hospital, and I understood, but throughout the entire conversation, I never got my condolences, my apologies. I never got I'm sorry for your loss. I never got any of that. And the last time I spoke with him, I was told that he didn't want to talk. He had nothing else to say, and that was it. That was the last conversation we had.
During that conversation, did he tell you that Detarius Minor was driving the car?
No.
Did he tell you he wasn't driving his car?
No.
Further this time.
Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for Ms. Martin?
Sure. Good morning, Ms. Martin.
Good morning.
You said,
Thank you.
you spoke with your son, Devin. You said the last time you spoke to him was on April 8th, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, he told you that he was not going to be able to pick up his son. Is that his saying? That's also correct.
No.
What did you say?
What he said was he didn't have time to cut his son's hair. I had his son. My son lived with my mother. My son lived with my mother, but I had his son. I had custody of his son. So he didn't have to pick his son up. He was at my house with his son.
Just so I make sure I understand, are you saying that Mr. Jones was at your house with his son?
Yes.
Okay. Was he staying at your house during that time?
No, he wasn't. He was living with my mother.
Okay. So you called him, but he was staying at your house, or?
First of all, I called my son because I wasn't home. I had business to take care of, which is why he had his son. I left my son, my daughter, and his son, my grandson, at my home. My daughter was also supposed to be in the vehicle with them that night. They left her, and I'm glad they left her.
Okay.
They left her because my daughter ended up bringing my grandson to me across town.
Okay, so just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is that Mr. Jones or Mr. Poole was going to be picking up Mr. Jones from your house. Is that correct?
That's not my testimony. That's not what you asked me.
Why don't you ask a different question?
Was Mr. Poole supposed to pick up Mr. Jones from your house?
I don't know where Mr. Poole was supposed to pick up Mr. Jones from, but I don't even know where he actually picked him up from. I'm telling you where I left him. That's all I can testify to because that's all I know. I don't know where he actually picked him up from. I don't know if, all I know is I left my son, my grandson, and my daughter at my home.
Now, you said that in the vehicle headed to Atlanta, you called Mr. Jones. Is that correct? While they were on their way?
I did. They were, I think they were still in town. I don't even think they had actually left out of Memphis city limits.
And you said in that vehicle was Kenneth Poole?
Yes.
And he was driving that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You said that your son was also in that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're also telling us that Interior's minor was also on that vehicle, correct?
No, I'm not. Can you stop telling me what I'm telling you and just ask whatever question you would like to ask me? Please don't put words in my mouth. If you ask me a question, I would gladly answer it. Like I stated, I don't think that the Terriers was in the car with them yet at the time of my phone call. The last phone call that I had with him, I don't think that he was in the car with him as of yet. They had to pick him up. They were running behind schedule. He picked my son up and he had to go pick up the Terriers, if I'm not mistaken. That's just to my understanding. All I know, my son said we have to go pick the other guy up.
Okay, so that was clear. Mr. Jones, your son told you that we gotta go pick up
DT.
Interior's minor. Well,
Nah,
I guess he referred to him.
He referred to him as DT.
Okay, so he said that it is, me and Kenneth Poole in the car at the time, correct?
I asked him who he was riding with. I'm with KP. He refers to Kenneth as KP. I'm with KP. Why didn't you cut the baby's hair? I didn't have time. He was rushing me.
Okay, and then he said, we are en route to go pick up.
We have to pick up DT.
Ms. Martin, make sure you let Mr. Miller finish his question before you
Yes.
give your answer. Thank you.
And so then he said, we are en route to go pick up DT, correct?
No, he just said we have to pick up DT.
Have to pick up DT. And at this time, they're still in Memphis, correct?
I'm assuming.
Okay, so your understanding is that they had to pick up DT in Memphis?
I'm not sure where they had to pick him up from. All I know is they were running behind time. To be quite honest with you, I don't even think DT lived in Memphis. All I know, he said we have to pick up DT. I don't know if he was picking him up from here. I don't know if he was picking him up from Nashville. I don't know if he was picking him up on the way to Atlanta. I'm not sure where they would pick him up from.
Okay.
All I know is my son left here with Kenneth.
Your son, how long had your son been working, in the gang?
About 3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months
Mhm.
prior to April 8th?
Yeah, of 2021, yes.
All right, and, were you familiar with a barbershop called K-Dog shop that he worked at?
I was.
All right, you know the time period where he worked at K-Dog?
He was at K-Dog. I think K-Dog was the shop he was at just before in the cut. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, in the game, I'm sorry. If I'm not mistaken, he had been with K-Dog around about a year, but I can't tell you exactly because I didn't know Devin's every move. I just know, bring the baby here,
Okay, but you do know that he was working there for about 3 months prior to this?
3 or 4 months, if I'm correct. I'm not positive, yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any redirect, Mr. Bate?
Nothing further to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Ms. Martin, now's the time to write them down. Anyone? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Bate, next witness.
State calls Adjournment Tate.
And ladies and gentlemen, for your planning, we're going to go to about 12:30 and then break for lunch. Assuming you all can make it that long. Being still an hour for lunch, but since we didn't start till about 10:30, not your fault. I figured we'd get in 2 hours. We'll see how long this witness is. Ideally, we'll finish with this witness, but if this is a lengthier witness, we'll still break for lunch around 12:30. Thank you.
What you said, please, raise your right hand. This will affirm that testimony you will give, truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Good, yeah. Can you say your spelling name for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Jadrin Tate, Jadrin. Last name Tate, Tate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tate. Do us a favor, make sure you keep your voice up because the court reporter, she's not Zoom, but she's taking down everything that you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you, introduce yourself to the jury? How old are you?
I'm 26,
Okay, and, where do you live?
Memphis, Tennessee,
Okay, and, how long have you lived in Memphis, Tennessee?
my whole life.
Your whole life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, can you tell the jurors, do you have any cousins?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, is, Devin Jones, a cousin of yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I want to show you State's Exhibit 1. The screen in front of you, there should be a picture. Do you recognize who is in State's Exhibit 1?
My cousin.
Your cousin?
Mhm.
And can you tell jurors a little bit about, did you grow up hanging out with your cousin often?
Yes, sir. All the time. I used to go my auntie house. I used to also, he used to always come at grandma's house all the time. Just hang out every weekend.
When you say your auntie's house, that's Mr. Jones's mother's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you see it's your aunt, Miss Martin, right here in the white back here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you referenced you guys would all hang out at your grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
And is that your grandmother right there in the thing?
Mm-mm.
No. Who's that?
This her mother, but he'd be over my uncle's house, but still, and my uncle is like,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Devin's grandmother
Mhm.
on his mother's side.
Yes, sir.
Now, how often would you see Devin in Memphis?
I really like a lot, but once you get older, we all split up.
Okay. And I guess can you tell the jury, did you cut hair in barbershops like Devin did?
No, sir.
And what were you doing back in April 2021 for work?
I rap cars.
Rap car?
Yes, sir. I work on cars.
Do that solely in Memphis, or do you kind of travel around doing that?
I travel. I be in Nashville, Atlanta. I be over all over.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back in April 2020, were you still in contact and did you regularly talk to your cousin Devin?
Yes, sir, I did. Just not all the time. It was kind of occasionally, just to check in, make sure you're straight, make sure you're okay.
Okay. I'm gonna try to move that microphone closer to you.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't do a lot of moving. You actually have to slide. The chair doesn't have wheels for good reason, so you don't roll off.
Yes, sir.
But you need to get a little closer so we can hear you better.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, would you often though talk to Devin on the phone?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, were you both on social media?
Yes, sir. We were.
Devin, did you both have Facebook,
Yes, sir.
Instagram?
Yes, sir.
And did you follow Devin? Did Devin follow you?
Yes, sir. Until I got my new account, then we won't follow each other.
So back in April, on April 9th of 2021, did you follow Devin, whether it be on Facebook or Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, had you spoken to Devin before April 9th, 2021?
No. I spoke to him literally the day of April 9th.
Okay. Did you know prior to that date that he was going to Atlanta?
I didn't. I had really just found out when I was watching this live.
Okay. So tell the jurors, how did you find out that Devin was in Atlanta back in April 2021?
Because when I first seen the first live, they was all I guess he was just chilling and stuff. I was talking to my live about something. It was really about an animal. I seen a little finger monkey on the live. I was like, who monkey it is and stuff like that. But yeah.
Hold on one second. That's you're good. Okay, there was some noise coming from the defense table. You're gonna need to break that down. There were a bunch of words you used. I know I didn't follow.
Yes, sir. I got you. I'll break it down.
Okay. Take a deep breath for a second.
I got you.
You a little nervous?
Yeah, I am. And I'm hot.
You're talking real fast.
I talk fast, yes, sir.
So let's start over. So you said you didn't know that Devin was coming to Atlanta. Had you ever met anyone named Ken Poole? We'll start there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you meet him?
I was getting my hair cut bound.
Okay. And was that in Memphis?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And did you know someone named DT or Detarius Minor?
I didn't. No, sir.
You know. Okay. Now you talked a little bit about how you found out Devin was in Atlanta on April 9th of 2021. Now slowly, can you tell the jurors, how did you find out that Devin was in Atlanta?
When I was watching this live, I was asking him where he was, and he was telling me he was in Atlanta.
Okay, so you said you were watching his live. What do you mean? Where were you watching it?
On Facebook.
Explain to the jurors kind of what you saw when you were on Facebook and you saw Devin's live.
Basically him just sitting around, just chilling, just on Facebook Live.
Okay. And was he on live? I guess did you see his live feed throughout that evening, the early mornings?
When he was going live during the day, I watched it like for a little minute and I got off of it.
Okay. And then later that day into the night, early morning of April 9th, 2021, did Devin go on live again?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pause for a sec and only semi-embarrass myself. So, Mr. Tate, I know what Facebook is.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what Facebook Live is. Tell me what's going on if I'm on Facebook right now
Mm-hmm.
and we're pretend we're Facebook friends.
Yes, sir.
That you'd actually let me be your friend online. And you're doing Facebook Live. Does that mean that I can see, like, you're eating dinner and I'm watching you take a bite of whatever you're eating?
Yes, sir. Basically what I'm doing, Karen. Yes, sir.
But it's through Facebook.
Yes, sir.
So it's like FaceTime, but through Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And can anyone, as you understand it, can anyone who you friended, who has access to your Facebook account, we could all see what you're doing Facebook Live?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is it a way to FaceTime with all of your followers, basically?
It is.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what the market states at 143, and you had an opportunity to look at the USB or the jump drive earlier today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you recognize what was on stations at the 143, the USB drive?
It was a live video of my cousin in the car.
Okay. And is that the same live video with your cousin in it that you saw on April 9th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually take a screen record on that live later?
No, sir.
Okay. These states of 143, fair and accurate depiction of it, actually a copy or recording of the actual live that you saw your cousin Devin Jones put out on April 9th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
I got the statement 10 minutes from Mark states that 143 in evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's hearsay within hearsay. He's not gonna be able to authenticate that the events or what's going on in that video because he was not personally there.
Okay, overruled. 143 is admitted. You may publish.
Now, before we publish, Mr. Tate, can you tell the jurors, if you can recall, about when was the live happening? When were you watching it?
I was watching live when I just seen, him in the car, passing seat, like when the car was getting driven. It was all, it was nighttime.
Can you say that again? Get a little closer to the microphone.
It was nighttime when I recall. I just seen him recording. He said while he was in the car.
He was recording himself while he was in the car.
It's on live.
And after you saw him on live, did you talk to your cousin Devin?
Yeah, so when I called him, he ended live.
Okay. So when you say you call him, did you call him right after you saw him on the live?
So he was going live. Yes, in the middle of his live, I did.
Yeah, that one more time.
I said I did. I called him while he was going live, so he ended it.
He ended the live to take your phone call.
Yes, sir.
Now, before we show the video, can you tell the jurors where is Devin, located in the car in the video? If you
Passenger seat.
Okay. And did you recognize anybody else in the car that you saw on the live?
My cousin was on passenger seat, and KP was on the driver's side.
Okay. When you say KP, do you know KP's real name? It's okay if you
I
don't.
just know him by KP.
Okay. And do you see the person that you know as KP here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you will stand, will you identify where he is in the courtroom and describe the article of clothing that he has on?
Black blazer, white button down, middle.
And so there's two people with black blazers.
He's sitting in the middle.
Middle.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and publish case in 143. Mr. Tate. And Mr. Tate, before we publish it, can you describe for the jurors the quality of his video? Is it real clear, high quality video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a little blurry at times?
A little bit, but I can see still.
Is that because you know the people who are in the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so you said that what we just saw in States in the 143, the live video, that you called Devin while he was on live.
Yes, sir.
And when you called him, what happened to the live?
He ended it. Cancel the phone for me. Yes, sir.
And if we just back it up, right? So I know it's blurry, but the person that we see about a second or two into the video, who is that?
My cousin.
Your cousin, Devin?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And then at about 3 seconds into the video, is that still your cousin, Devin?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's see. So you see right there, about 4 or 5 seconds into the video, can you tell the jurors who is in the driver's seat?
KP.
How do you know it's KP?
I can just chill by the chain.
And what about the chain is recognizable or makes you know that it's KP?
Because the only person I know that got a KP initial chain.
So the chain is an actual KP, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, after the live ends, when you call Devin, can you describe to the jurors, do you hear anything going on in the vehicle?
Just me talking to him, you know, seeing where he's gonna go. And he was like, I think they was on the way back to the Airbnb or something. And I heard, so down there, he was like, I'm gonna call you back.
Okay, so out the first part, you hear your cousin Devin say something about an Airbnb?
Yeah, I asked him where, you know, I asked him whatever, like where he was heading. He was like, they on the way back to the Airbnb. And I heard slow down. And he was like, I'm gonna call you back.
You hear Devin say, slow down,
Yes, sir.
and then he's gonna call you back.
Yes, sir.
And you said this is seconds after you watched, live video you just saw of Stacy with 143.
Yes, sir.
And, after Devin says he's gonna call you back, do you ever hear from him again?
No, sir.
And, in the coming days, do you learn that Devin was actually killed?
Yes, sir.
Now, how old are you again, sir?
26.
And can you tell the jurors, prior to April 2021, were you convicted of a felony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell the jurors where,
Memphis, Tennessee.
okay, for what?
Receiving stolen property.
And, does your felony conviction have anything to do, or anything with your testimony and what you told the jurors that you saw and heard, your cousin say on April 9th, 2021?
No, sir.
Nothing further from the statement.
Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Tate?
Yes, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Tate. How you doing?
How you doing?
All right, you said that yourself and Devin, you all were close when you all were younger, correct?
Yes, sir.
But as time goes by, you are family members, so but you start to speak less and less. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now you also stated that you had not talked to him in a while prior to April 8th. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet at 3 a.m. in the morning, you're on the phone with Devin Jones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you not speaking for a time before this? Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now you also said that during this time period that you were watching his Facebook Live.
Correct.
The video that we just saw was from his Facebook Live.
Correct.
Now I want to show you something that's in that video. All right. And so at the time that we're watching this video, you're stating that this was a Facebook Live video that you were watching from Devo, correct?
Correct.
So we'll go to the very beginning of this video. In the very beginning of the video, we saw, it looks like Devin is this Devin here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And as it keeps going, it doesn't look like he's in a car at that time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if we continue to press play, we then see what is another video, correct?
Correct.
So this isn't a Facebook Live, this is actually a story, isn't it?
Correct.
All right, so there, you know the difference between Facebook Live and story.
Correct.
A Facebook Live is something that's going on as it's happening. It's live and it's being streamed on social media.
Correct.
A story is something that is video that you have posted at a later time on your story, correct?
Correct.
Then you might have another video that's on that story and you post that at another time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what we see here, we see two different videos that are posted in this live that you're talking about, correct?
Correct.
So it's not a live, right?
A live also can get posted in the story, sir.
That is true.
Okay.
That is true. But in order for a live to get posted as a story, you have to then go and actually physically take that live video and post it on your story, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the videos that we see here, all we see is this video right here where it shows Devin in the car. And then it shows, this is Mr. Poole
Correct.
driving, correct? Now, if we continue with this video right here, you do not see anybody in that back seat, do you?
Go back. I can't see it.
Right here. You see Devin, you see KP, Mr. Poole, right? Then right here, this is a shot of the back seat. Do you see that?
No, it's blurry, sir.
All right.
I
It
don't
is
see two
blurry,
people.
isn't it?
Out of these, I don't think I see two people in the front seat, my cousin and KP.
All right. But you don't see any movement in the back seat of that car, do you?
Because it's blurry, I can't see it.
It is very blurry. So again, now he's flipped the camera and we can see what's in the front of that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we see that, like I said, Mr. Poole is driving the car,
Correct.
right? And we see what is the Atlanta skyline,
Correct.
right? And my understanding, you've been staying in Atlanta for a while now, correct?
I don't stay in Atlanta, sir.
You're not in Atlanta?
No, I'm in Memphis, Tennessee.
I'm sorry?
I'm in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, you went back to Memphis?
Yes.
After you got those charges cleared up, you were able to go back?
Charges where? I don't have any charges in Atlanta.
After that conviction, you were able to go back to Memphis, Tennessee?
I've been in Memphis,
correct?
Tennessee, sir.
All right. You saying you never stayed in Atlanta during that time period?
No.
All right. Now, right here, as you look at this video, you'll see to the left, you might have to look at this big screen to look at it. You see this lit up building right here? That's correct. This one right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's called the Bank of America building. You're familiar with that building?
Not like that, I'm not.
Okay, it's in Atlanta,
I know that. Yes, sir.
all right? And so the highway that they're on is 7585, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that is the Bank of America building, right?
As you just said, yes, sir, correct.
I want to be clear. Are you saying that, Mr. Tate, because Mr. Miller told you that's the building? Or you see that building, that little yellow triangle, and say, I know what that is?
No, I don't know what it is, but I'm just assuming since he said it is that building, it is that building. I'm not from here.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna keep going. As you keep going, you see this bridge right here that they're going under now.
Yes, sir.
That bridge is called 17th Street. You familiar with that bridge?
Not like that, no, sir.
All right. That's the 17th Street Bridge on 7585 connector,
Mhm.
okay?
I'm gonna object, he's asking a question.
Right. You need to stop telling him what things are. You can ask him if he knows what it is. He's now repeated a number of times. He's not from here. He's from Memphis. So we're getting into lawyer testifying here.
That's fine. And then that is the end of that video, correct? Or that's the end of what you're calling is that live, correct?
Correct.
And then what time did you call?
Shit, it was between, had to be like, if it was not between like at least about, well, I'd probably say, I can't just say the exact time, but it's between like 1 and 2, like 2 a.m. in the morning, for sure.
Called at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, sir, I called him to check on him, as usual.
All right. And between 1 and 2 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So that's a whole hour that you could have called Mr. Jones, correct?
I talked to him prior on his earlier live.
Where's that video at?
I don't have the video, sir. You guys are the wrong
All right, so
person.
the only video / live that we have is this one right here, correct?
I'm guessing so, yes, sir.
All right, it's incomplete. Correct?
Say that again.
It's incomplete, correct?
Correct.
Because if there was other videos showing that you interrupted his live, we would see those videos as well, wouldn't we?
I don't have anything live when he was in the car.
I couldn't.
I called him when he was in the car.
You just said a few minutes ago that you also called him another time while he was on.
No, so I was talking to him on live, his previous live. I didn't call him. I was talking to him on Facebook. I was coming on his live.
He was commenting on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's the time where if it was on that live, then you would see those comments actually coming up.
I said
on
his
that video.
prior live. It was earlier that day, not that night.
But you didn't bring that video with you, did you?
I don't have the video.
All right, the only video that you brought was this one.
I didn't have the video.
The only video that you brought was this one. You have to answer.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's not a video, it's, what you said was a live, but it's actually a video, correct? And for it to, you have to answer all of it.
Now say it again. Can you repeat yourself?
Yes, you said the only actual, what you're calling is a live is actually a video, correct?
Like I said again, a live can get turned into a story or a video. Yes, it can.
Right, but you have to upload that.
Correct.
Mr. Tate, is the Memphis time zone the same as the Atlanta time zone?
No, sir, it's not.
So if it is noon in Memphis, is it 1 in Atlanta or is it 11 a.m. in Atlanta? In other words, is it later in Atlanta or?
I think it'd be like, honestly, it'd be, I think it's more like.
If you don't know, that's fine.
I really don't, because, you know, I'd be all over. So I'd be on different little time zones.
Okay.
You stated that yourself and Mr. Jones were close when y'all were younger, correct?
Yes, sir.
So yourself and Mr. Jones, I imagine that y'all talked a lot during that time period, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and as you stated, the same day you had actually talked to him at 3 a.m. Or I'm sorry, at between 1 and 2 a.m.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To check up on him.
To check up on him, and you saw that he was in Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Going south on 7585, correct?
I don't know if he's going south or not, sir.
Yes, stop putting in testimony about where the car was or what it was doing.
I asked that question to be struck.
But we don't strike questions, but don't, with this witness, don't ask anything more about where was the car, what direction was it going, what building was it?
That's fine. Now, that's when, that was the last time that you all spoke, correct?
Correct.
You all were close.
Correct.
Now, from your understanding, we're here and Mr. Poole is on trial, correct?
Correct.
You've seen Mr. Poole several times since this happened, haven't you?
Correct. To get my hair cut. That was the last time was in July. Well, January. I'm sorry about that.
All right, so in January, Mr. Poole cut your hair.
Correct.
But before January, you had also saw him again to get your hair cut. Is that correct?
That was correct.
All right, so actually on several occasions since this live video, you've been to Mr. Poole to get your hair cut.
Twice, yes, sir, for sure.
All right. But you and your cousin, y'all were very close.
Correct.
So you've asked him that about 6 times. He said yes each time.
One moment, yeah.
Okay.
Were you going to end the game prior to your cousin passing?
Not that I remember.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any redirect? Could you stop the screen share, please? Thank you.
Mr. Tate,
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure it's clear. Did you provide me that video?
Yes, sir.
Did you get that to me?
Oh, no, I'm sorry about that. No, sir. I'm sorry about that. My apologies.
So did I show you that video?
Yes, sir.
And when I showed it to you, was because you had previously told me that you had seen your cousin in Kenneth Poole's car when he was driving it on April 9th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that's clear. Now, isn't it true that you testified on cross that after you stop alive, it then for 24 hours becomes part of your story?
Yes, sir.
And, Mr. Miller asked you, on cross, about the seeing the defendant, after your cousin was killed. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And, you said you went to the barber shop and he cut your hair.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My birthday, it was January 8th.
And the time that he cut your hair, did he ever tell you that the Terrius Minor was driving his car that killed Devin Jones, your cousin?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you he wasn't driving his own vehicle, the white Infiniti, when your cousin Devin Jones was killed?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Joe.
Mr. Miller, any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. You didn't make that video?
Sir,
You didn't make that video that we just saw?
it was a screen recording, sir.
Right, but you weren't the one that screen recorded it, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea how they got that screen recording, do you?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Do you know when that screen recording was taken?
It had to be the night of the incident.
The night of the incident?
I'm guessing it had to be the night of the incident. I'm not for sure.
You don't know where it was coming from?
I don't.
You don't know where the rest of those videos are, correct?
Meaning, can you repeat that?
You don't know where the rest of those videos go?
The ones that you showed me, correct? The ones you showed me?
Yes.
No, sir.
No, the ones that they showed you.
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Jurors, any questions for Mr. Tate? Seeing none, Mr. Tate. I appreciate your time. You're free to go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. That clock is a little slow. I think it's closer to like 12:50, so I appreciate your stamina. And it's still an hour for lunch, so let's try to be back. Is it about, what would you say it is? 12:47. Let's try to be back at 1:45. If you're a little late, that's okay. It's the first lunch break. You're free to leave the building. I think Fuda, which is a vendor that provides food, may still have some if you hurry down to the first floor. There's also American Deli and some other options that you can explore for lunch. You may have brought your own lunch. That fridge is for you. Bring lunch tomorrow. Just don't try to bring in metal cutlery or glass. That will not be allowed in the building. Importantly, during this lunch break, do not talk about the case and no outside research. There haven't been any questions yet. That's fine. But if you've been saving them up because you're going to ask those questions of Google or Bing or something like that, that's not fine. No outside research. Not a problem for you to eat as a large group, small groups. You can talk about anything you want except this case. Any logistical questions? Take your pads with you, leave your pads in the jury room. We'll try to get you back in here in court for the state's next witness as close to 1:45 as we can. Thank you so much. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we break?
Okay.
You have witnesses for the rest of the afternoon? Great. Mr. Miller, anything on behalf of Mr. Poole before we break?
No, Your Honor. What time did you say for us to be back?
You all should aim to be back close to 1:40, but 1:45 is when I ask the jurors to be back. You're welcome to leave your stuff here. Courtroom will be secure. Let's try to start as close to 1:45 as we can. Thank you. And I'll mute the microphone in here so you can speak freely. Ms. Rivers, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Great. Let's get back on the record in State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is here with his lawyer. We've got our prosecutors here. I had to take one matter up before I could come out here. I need to get on the record that juror number 8, that's 8 from yesterday, it was the 4th juror selected, has a family medical emergency, and I am excusing her. So you will not see her again. We will all hold a thought for her and her family, but she is not going to be with us for the rest of the trial. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we bring, all the other jurors are here, before we bring the other jurors out? Okay, Mr. Miller? Thank you. Let's bring him up. Okay. Mr. Abate, have you, or as a victim advocate, spoken with family members of the 2 deceased about being in court when we work through autopsies, et cetera?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You all are free to be in court all the time, anytime, but if you think it's going to be difficult to be in court for a particular witness, I ask that you step outside so that it's not in the middle of the testimony or pictures from an autopsy that you leave the courtroom, because jurors always turn to see what's going on. And certainly we don't want to draw attention to your very understandable grief. Okay? Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple things, 3 things. 1, thank you for being on time. 2, I mute that. I had to have a conversation with one of your colleagues, and she's not going to be able to continue with jury service. So don't draw any conclusions from that, but situation has arisen for her that makes jury service not compatible with things she and her family need to deal with. I made it sound ominous. I didn't have to have a conversation with her. She shared with me something that has come up in her life. And that was such that it was appropriate to excuse her. So we're not waiting for number 14. She's attending to what she needs to attend to, and the 13 of you are here to move forward. Last thing, and I should have said this at the outset, there are no assigned seats. I actually encourage you to rotate where you sit. If you are to, I'll call my left end of the jury box, you're much closer to the witness and you see and hear things differently. If you're further away, maybe these screens work better, but you get literally a different view of the proceedings if you move around. Now, you may have a spot that makes sense for you because of your knees or your ears or whatnot, but don't get grabby with a spot. And maybe you're the first one to come out, you go to the very end. But I do encourage you to try different seats during the course of the trial. We remain in the midst of the state's presentation. Mr. Abadi, if you'd call your next witness, please. Mr. Rao.
Yes, Judge. State would call Lieutenant Gas.
When you sit, can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Join out, see, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Lieutenant Logan Gas, first name Logan, last name Gas, Gass.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Gas.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Lieutenant Gas, would you mind telling the jury where you're currently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Georgia State Patrol
How long have you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
since 2014.
2014. And what does the Georgia State Patrol do?
We have a variety of different responsibilities, but traffic safety, vehicle traffic is primary responsibility.
Is that the primary mandate for the Georgia State Patrol?
Yes, sir.
In your career throughout the Georgia State Patrol, what did you do in that organization?
I began as a dispatcher. I worked here in Atlanta for about 10 months as a dispatcher before I went to trooper school, which is a 7-month program. From there, I was a trooper in North Georgia, covering the northwest corner of the state for a little over 4 years. From there, I was promoted and went to the post in Rome. I was a corporal there, worked there for 2 years. From there, I was promoted again. I was a sergeant in Marietta, just north of Atlanta, and we covered the north end of the city limits of Atlanta for about 16 months. Promoted again, went back to Rome as the post commander over the post there. Was there for 15 months. And then I transferred from there to the Nighthawks, which is the DUI task force in Atlanta. We have 3 different Nighthawks in the state, but I was over the one that was in the Atlanta area.
And as a trooper, what were the sort of things that you would respond to or be dispatched to as it relates to any sort of criminal activity or traffic violations?
Traffic crashes. Most of the areas I've worked, we've been the primary agency investigating traffic crashes in that area. When we're not investigating crashes, we're enforcing traffic laws on the highways, roadways of Georgia. Then I've been on our SWAT team. I've assisted local agencies while I'm out patrolling. And then DUI enforcement has been a big part of my career as well.
Now, in focusing specifically as it relates to the automobile crashes, is there a specialized unit within the Georgia State Patrol that investigates vehicle collisions or crashes?
Yes, sir. It's our specialized collision reconstruction team, often referred to as our SCIRT team.
Are you a member of that particular team?
No, sir, I'm not.
So when you respond to, in general, locations where there are automobile accidents, do you investigate it from a point in the same way that the SCIRT team would?
No, sir. I've got a lot of training in traffic or crash investigation, but not the level of training that most of those guys have. And in addition, they have a lot of tools and resources available to them that I don't have, as well as they're assigned to that unit, and that's their case load is quite a bit smaller than mine. They focus on just a few select cases.
When someone in your position at that time as a trooper would respond to automobile collisions or crashes, what would be your primary role as a responding officer?
To just general traffic crashes or traffic crashes that involved our skirt team?
Traffic crashes involving your skirt team.
We do the investigating trooper will do the initial crash report, which goes on the same crash report that all of our crash reports go out on. Same generic information. But like I said, they have a lot more resources than we do, able to download vehicles. So they kind of take it from there. They go on in depth with the investigation.
Would you assist in creating a perimeter around the scene prior to the skirt team responding?
Yes. Generally, that's what we do, is secure the scene until they get there. Because often they'll show up. A lot of times we'll go ahead and get spray paint that we can mark on the asphalt with, or wherever the crash is at, mark where the vehicle's at, any significant features around the crash, and secure the scene, just make sure nothing's moved until they arrive.
Georgia State Patrol, do your vehicles, do they operate, or do you have a dash camera operating inside your vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And is that standard policy within the Georgia State Patrol?
Yes, sir.
What about body cameras?
No, sir. There's our motor unit. They've recently been assigned cameras in the past few years because they're on motorcycles every day. I believe the troopers at the Capitol have them, and maybe the troopers in Jekyll Island, that they do all facets of law enforcement investigation, responding to domestics, that kind of thing. But I say that to say it's just specialized units that are outside the norm.
So it would not be uncommon for a Georgia State Patrol officer having dash camera on their vehicle, but not body camera, specifically around the time of 2021.
Right, that's pretty standard.
Okay. So in speaking of 2021, I'd like to divert your attention to April 9th, 2021 at approximately 3 a.m. Did you respond to the scene involving a motor vehicle collision near the exit of onto Lenox Road from Georgia 400?
I did.
And what was the reason that you specifically responded?
At the time, I was the lead supervisor on that unit. I was the unit commander over the DUI task force. I was investigating a DUI. I had actually arrested a driver for DUI. I had them in the back of my car, and I heard Trooper Clark, who was one of my troopers. I heard him say on the radio that he was involved in a pursuit, and I was listening to it as I started towards the jail. And generally, that's not something that I would respond to when I have somebody in the back of my car. And then he notifies that the vehicle had got off at Lenox Road and crashed. And I can't remember exactly everything he said, but it was obvious that it was a very serious crash and that there were serious injuries involved. So I turned around and I went to the crash scene.
So based on what Trooper Clark was indicating to you via radio or dispatch, you responded to that particular location?
Yes, sir.
And when you responded to that location, what did you observe?
There was a vehicle, ended up being an Infiniti Q50, if I remember correctly, that was the vehicle that had fled from him, had got off, was going north on Georgia 400, had got off the Lenox Road exit. And you can't go straight across at that exit. You can turn right or you can go left. The vehicle had attempted to make a left turn, but due to the high rate of speed, had gone across and hit the wall on the far side of the intersection and had overturned in the intersection. It was mangled beyond recognition.
Now, you authored a report in this particular case, is that correct?
I did the initial report, yes.
And part of that report, did you also conduct a diagram of the incident location?
Yes, sir. It's a rough diagram of the intersection. It's not to scale, and it depicts where the final rest of the vehicle was, not everything that leads up to the crash.
So I'm going to approach you with what's been remarked for reputation purposes, state code 4 and 139. Specifically as it relates to 139, or excuse me, I'm sorry, 134. What is 134?
It's an aerial picture of the crash scene.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the crash scene that you responded to?
Yes, sir. It's the first time that I've seen this picture, but it appears to be, yes.
And with respect to State's Exhibit 139, what is State's Exhibit 139?
It is my diagram of the crashing.
And is that meant to convey essentially what is being depicted on State's 134?
Yeah, roughly. Like I said, my diagram is not to scale, but it's a rough depiction of where the vehicle ended up.
Is that a true and correct copy of the diagram that you authored?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move State's Exhibits 134 and 139 into evidence.
Mr. Miller, any objection to states 134 or 139?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're both admitted.
So shortly, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 134. But when you responded to the scene, you indicated that the vehicle was mangled beyond belief or beyond recognition. Were there occupants inside the vehicle?
There were.
Okay. How did you know that?
I walked up to the vehicle. I don't remember if anybody said anything. On the way, it took me a few minutes to get over there. Like I said, I had somebody in the back of my patrol car, so I didn't run blue lights and siren. I just drove the normal flow of traffic. So I heard radio traffic before I got there that somebody was entrapped. When I got there, I saw that there was one person entrapped and pinned under the car. And there was another occupant that I could hear that was inside the car that was breathing, had really labored breathing. He was trapped inside the car. And
I apologize, continue.
and I don't remember in which order I went to see both of these, but there was another occupant that had been ejected that was laying over close to the wall that they struck.
Is that individual the one that was ejected from the vehicle? Is that the one that Officer or Trooper Buffington had recovered or found?
I believe so. The vehicle, after it hit the wall, rolled away from the wall, overturned away from the wall. So I believe initially the troopers that arrived on scene found the occupant that was pinned and maybe the one that was inside and didn't immediately notice. It's a catastrophic crash. I mean, there's stuff laying everywhere. Then I believe it was Trooper Buffington that located the other occupant that had been ejected.
As it relates to the two individuals that you just testified to being inside the vehicle, where were the two individuals? Before I go into that, would you be able to recognize any of the individuals if you saw them again today?
Likely not, no, sir.
And how many scenes would you say you've responded to since April 9th, 2021?
Hundreds.
Now, going back to April 9th, 2021, the two individuals that were inside the motor vehicle, as you previously testified to, would you be able to remember exactly the positions that they were in or the area of the vehicle that the two individuals were in?
Roughly. Yes, sir.
Okay. The first individual that you saw, where was that individual?
He was pinned under the vehicle. So when it hit the wall, if I remember correctly, it's laying southbound in the intersection on its top. So if you walked up to the passenger side of the vehicle, it's laying on the side. He's pinned under the passenger side of the vehicle with his feet still in the car, his lower body still in the car towards the driver's side of the vehicle.
And when you say towards the driver's side of the vehicle, what was towards the driver's side of the vehicle?
His feet were pointed in that direction.
And where was the other individual located inside the vehicle?
He was trapped inside the vehicle in the back seat area. I got down on my hands and knees and I couldn't crawl into the car. It was too mangled, but I could get down and in close enough where I could see he was trapped in there and he was still breathing, but there was no way possible to get to him at that time.
And when an instance like that occurs where you're not able to access an individual inside a motor vehicle that's collided, are there special units that you call or are there techniques?
Yeah, as soon as the crash occurred, the trooper that was involved in the pursuit requested, EMS and fire and rescue. So they were all on the way.
To your knowledge, based on your observations at the time of the scene or on the scene, were the individuals inside the vehicle ever extracted from the vehicle?
Yes, they were.
How were they extracted?
I don't recall exactly. Like I said, they were requested. I know at one point I went over to a document that was ejected to try to administer aid to him. And then once everybody started arriving on scene, like I said, I was the lead supervisor over the unit, so I was kind of directing traffic, so to speak, at that time. I had the suspect that was in the back of my car. I had to get another trooper to give him instructions where to take him. We were securing the scene, waiting on skirt. I had to contact, you can imagine, I had to contact.
When you refer to a suspect in the back of your car, I think you made this clear. I'll make sure I understand. Not a suspect in any way, shape, or form in connection with the accident scene you're investigating, something completely separate. You were endeavoring to get him to jail when you rerouted to the scene we see in State's Exhibit.
That's correct. I was involved.
34.
It was an unrelated DUI arrest that was in the back of my car when this pursuit began.
So that's to whom you're referring when you say suspect?
Yes, had
Okay.
nothing to do with this case particularly.
Okay.
Lost my train of thought for a minute. Oh, so I had to deal with that. I had to notify our command staff, notify skirt. So I remember them performing rescue operations to get him out of the car, but the details of it, I don't really remember.
And when you say you attempted to administer first aid or life-saving, or perform life-saving measures on the individual that was ejected, did you actually perform those?
No, sir. I went to him once I knew that he was there. Like I said, I could not get the one in the car. There was nothing that we could do for the one that was trapped under the car. So I went to him, and he still had very heavy labored breathing, agonal breathing. I had on rubber gloves, and at some point he stopped breathing. And I went to try to administer CPR. And when I moved his arm, and I don't mean to be gory at all, but the injuries he had were just, there was absolutely nothing you could do to help him.
Was that before or after the other individuals were extracted from?
That was before. That was pretty quickly after I arrived.
So that was one of the first things that you did?
I think I went to the car first, and then I don't know if somebody told me or I saw him, but I realized that he was there. But no, that took place prior to EMS or anybody arriving.
So after that, did you ever talk to any of the individuals inside the vehicle?
Like I said, I got down on my hands and knees and I could see into the car. I may have spoke to him or tried to talk to him, communicate with him. I didn't get any response from him. I know Trooper Clark stayed pretty close by the car most of the time that he was there. And I know he was talking to the driver. I never had any conversation with anybody there that was in the vehicle.
So after that, is it fair to say that your primary role was to assist in creating the perimeter until, I guess, the vehicle or the scene was cleared?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 134, I'm going to transition to State's Exhibit 139. That is essentially State's Exhibit 139. State's Exhibit 139, that's essentially the rough diagram that you authored as it relates to the position of the vehicle in relation to the rest of the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just going back to your observations inside the vehicle, I know you said you got down to try and see if you could communicate with either of them or to extract any of the individuals. The individual in the back that you observed, do you remember anything specific as it relates to his body position?
So I can tell you that he was trapped inside the car, but I really don't have a memory of how, other than we just couldn't get to him.
Thank you, Trooper Gas, or Lieutenant Gas. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Miller, questions for Lieutenant Gas?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant Gas,
Sir,
good afternoon.
good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. All right, going back to, body cam footage. You said the troopers, you all do not have body cam footage, correct?
There are some throughout the state on specialty units, but no, we do not and did not at that time.
Okay, the special unit is SCIRF considered a special unit?
Yes, sir.
Would they have body cam footage?
I don't believe they do, no, sir.
Not all specialized units, just only a few of them?
Yeah,
do?
there's select ones.
Okay. Now, you said that you were already on a call, dealing with somebody with a DUI, correct?
Yes, sir. It
Where was that stop taking place at?
was on Peachtree Road somewhere. I don't remember the exact location, but somewhere on Peachtree Road.
Okay, so from the time that you heard, Trooper Clark was in pursuit, did you immediately turn to join that pursuit, or did you
No,
continue going?
I didn't respond to go be involved in the pursuit whatsoever. Like I said, I had somebody in the back of my car already. So I listened to the pursuit. It didn't last that long, maybe a couple of minutes. But no, we had other troopers working that were responding to assist him. So I was continuing to the jail until I heard the crash and some of the details of how serious it was.
How long did it take you to get to the scene after hearing about the crash?
I don't know exactly. Few minutes at least. At least 4 or 5 minutes, I would think.
Okay, so about 4 or 5 minutes, and then you arrive at the scene of the crash, correct? And when you arrive, that 4 to 5 minutes later.
Like I said, that's a rough estimate. I don't know exactly how long it was.
Understandable. But when you do arrive, you said that you found one occupant, that was pinned inside the vehicle, correct?
He was partially ejected. So the vehicle was overturned and he was pinned under it.
All right, and, you wrote that in your report. Now I was kind of confused. What do you mean by under it?
He was pinned under the weight of the vehicle. He was still in the passenger compartment of the vehicle where the occupants would be, but it was overturned and he was pinned in such a way that he couldn't move.
He's inside the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right, but you said under.
Pinned under the weight of the vehicle. It was crushed. It was on its top. It had hit a wall at, I don't know the speed, but a very high rate of speed and overturned. So the top of the vehicle had crushed down on it. Or I guess it'd be the bottom, crushed down on the top.
Okay, and then you said that, his feet were going straight ahead, but you don't know if he had been crawling prior to you getting there, correct?
There's no way he could have.
But you don't know that.
I wasn't there when it happened, but there was no, and I have, as his supervisor, I've reviewed Trooper Clark's video. And it's clear on that video that from the time he arrives, which is just a few seconds after the crash, he doesn't move until he's extricated.
When's the last time you saw that video?
When the crash happened, roughly.
2021?
Yes, sir.
The person that you administered CPR, got confused in there, was that the person that had been ejected from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from what you remember, the person that you said was partially ejected out that passenger side, Trooper Clark was not getting much of a response from that person, correct?
I don't know. He was talking to him. He was somewhat conscious, alert. I don't know what kind of conversation they had, if any.
All right, and you're unaware of how many times that car flipped prior to you getting there, correct?
I'm not.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rao, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from jurors? All right, Lieutenant, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next witness?
State will call Trooper Buffington. You understand?
Please state your name, right hand. Do you swear affirm that testimony you give?
Trooper Jordan Buffington, JORDAN BUFFINGTON.
Good afternoon, Trooper Buffington. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you. Trooper Buffington, can you tell the jurors where you're currently employed?
Georgia State Patrol,
And how long have you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
since 2017.
And in that time, since 2017, what has been your role within GSP?
So I've worked at several field posts, was on the Nighthawks DUI task force in Atlanta for 4.5 years. Currently at a field post in Gwinnett now.
This is probably the second or third time we've heard the term Nighthawks. Would you mind explaining to the jury what the Nighthawks unit is?
Yeah, so it's a state-based funded DUI program.
And are there specific troopers that are assigned to that unit to perform DUI stops?
Yes.
And in that time as a trooper, have you ever had to respond to scenes where there have been occurrences of automobile collisions or crashes?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've had to respond to one?
Just normal crashes or serious injuries or
Serious injuries?
a lot. I couldn't put a number on it, but a lot.
In those prior instances involving serious injuries, have there ever been fatalities that you've responded to?
Yes.
So I'd like to draw your attention to April 9th, 2021. Did you respond to Lenox Road just off of the exit of 400 at approximately 3 a.m.?
Yes, I did.
What was the reason you responded to that location?
Trooper Clark had advised over the radio he was trying to stop a vehicle. I was close to the area. Not long after he said he was trying to stop the car crashed. So I was in the area and responded over there.
But to be clear, you were not part of the pursuit that Trooper Clark was involved with. Is
No,
that
I
correct?
was not.
Did you respond after that pursuit had ended?
I did.
And when you responded to that particular location, what did you observe at the scene?
The car was flipped upside down, facing towards which would be southbound on 400, but on top of the overpass of Lenox Road.
Were there any occupants inside the vehicle that you could observe?
Yes, there was one partially hanging out the passenger side, and then there was another one in the rear.
The one in the rear, were you able to see the body positions that individual was inside the rear?
From the best I can remember, the person in the rear was kind of crunched in there. The guy in the front was partially hanging out the passenger side, or top of the head would have been passenger side window area, feet over towards the driver's side.
So you mentioned two individuals inside the vehicle. Was there another individual that you encountered at the scene?
Yes, I found a third that had been ejected. I don't know how many feet, a little ways from the crash scene.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes. It's 30 through 33.
Okay.
Do you mind taking a look at those photographs and letting me know when you were done?
All right.
Trooper Buffington, do you recognize States Exhibits 30 through 33?
Yes.
How do you recognize States Exhibits 30 through 33?
That is the person that I found.
That you found?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind just speaking up a little bit to the mic.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's just
If you can't hear me, let me know. My voice has been kind of cracking this week. Yes, the person in the picture that's covered up, that is the person I found.
Are those true or fair and accurate depictions of the scene where you observed that third individual?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit states 30 through 33 into evidence.
No objection.
With no objection, 30 through 33 are admitted.
So Trooper, are you able to see it on the computer screen right here?
Let's get something up there.
So if you wouldn't mind, that's the wrong button.
You probably hit unmute rather than stay muted. So you need to figure out how to mute. Actually, I think I can do it. So yes, hit the wrong button. Yep. There.
So I think it should work now. Trooper Buffington, would you mind, for the jury's edification, drawing a circle around where you see the third individual's body?
Oh, I don't know what I did.
So if you tap the screen once, then there's a little, it's going to be blocked by this. See that pencil icon in the left corner?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Now your finger will draw.
And where was the body in relation to the vehicle as best as you can describe?
More northbound, I guess, from the vehicle, just a little ways.
And when observing that body, did you notate that, or not notate it, but did you call out for other troopers to indicate that there was another individual?
Yes, I didn't know if they'd actually seen him or not.
Gotcha. After that, what did you do on the scene?
Honestly, I think Lieutenant Gas at the time, well, SFC Gas at the time, now Lieutenant. I think we started getting some medical supplies, and he ended up going over there and dealing with him.
So Lieutenant Gas was attempting to perform life-saving procedures as you observed it?
Yes.
In addition to that, did you remain on scene until the scene was cleared?
I think I had to leave and go somewhere else. I didn't stay the entire time till it was completely cleared. I think I ended up having to transport somebody for somebody else unrelated to this incident. We had a lot going on when this happened, so there's only 10 of us if everybody was working. So
you were still on duty and potentially in a position to respond to other calls. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to make contact or communications with any of the individuals inside the vehicle?
No.
And after the scene was cleared, did that conclude your, I guess, role, or whenever it is you left the scene, did that conclude your role with respect to this particular response that you made?
Yes.
I appreciate your time, Trooper Buffington.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mr. Miller.
Trooper Buffington, how long after the crash did it take you to get to the scene?
I'm gonna say 1 to 2 minutes, maybe. I was fairly close. If I remember right, I think I was, so this happened Lennox Road 400. I think I was northbound 85 just before 400, somewhere in that area. So I would say within a minute or two.
But you didn't actually see the crash happen?
No, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Rao?
No, Your Honor.
Jurors? Okay. Thank you, Trooper Buffington. Appreciate your time. Next witness.
We'll call Mr. Joe Connor.
Please, if you please be raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Swear to God. You say your name, correct?
Paramedic Joseph Connors.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone for us, please? Unfortunately, it doesn't adjust, so you have to do the adjusting.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Spell your name for the record.
Spell my name?
Yes,
Last name, both names? Or?
first and last, please.
Joseph, Joseph, last name Connors, Connors.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
So I'm currently employed as a paramedic working for a non-emergency transport. However, I guess at the time of the call, I was working as a paramedic for Grady.
And can you tell the jurors how long did you work as a paramedic for Grady?
3.5 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background that you acquired to be a paramedic?
So to be a paramedic, you have to go through roughly about 3 years of schooling between internships and classwork and whatnot.
Okay. And at the end of, I guess, all the classwork and the internship, can you tell the jurors, do you get a license or certificate, things?
Yes, sir.
Like that?
Yeah, you get a state and national license. Yeah, and altogether, I have 17 years as experience as a paramedic.
Okay. And you said you have 17 years?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, can you tell the jurors prior to your 3.5 years at Grady, what did you do or where were you working?
United States Marine Corps.
And you were a paramedic in the Marine Corps?
No, sir.
And what did you do with the Marine Corps?
Avionics, worked on F-18, non-electronics, something completely unrelated.
Okay. And then I guess, is that when you switched careers and became a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
And so where did you work as a paramedic for the 17 years, or I guess in the years prior to your 3-year stint at Grady?
A couple of different places between South Carolina and North Carolina, and some places in Georgia, smaller places, not Grady. Grady is his own entity. I'm sorry, am I not speaking loud enough?
Yes, you're not speaking loud enough. It's all right. You want to try to get everyone's attention, like you're seeing if they're alert. Can you hear me? Are you injured? That kind of interaction with them. They're not injured. They're okay, but they need to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like how they talk to you in the Marine Corps, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jurors, when did you start your employment with Grady?
Right after COVID kicked off, so what was that, 2020?
Okay. And were you working as a Grady EMT on April 9th of 2021?
Grady paramedic, yes, sir.
Okay. And well, can you tell the jurors what's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
So an EMT basically just does basic life support, essentially basic bandaging. Paramedics do a lot more advanced things, reading EKGs, starting IVs, advanced medication administration.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as a paramedic, how often would you be called I guess to estimate, how often would you go out on a call when you were on duty?
Roughly, but for the 13 hours working per shift, we would roughly get dispatched to about 20 calls on average. Transports accounted for about half of those.
And while working at Grady, did you always work the same shift or the same hours?
Roughly, yes, sir. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what were the typical calls did you respond to?
Everything.
Okay. And on April 9th of 2021, do you have an independent recollection of being dispatched or responding to Georgia 400 North and the Lennox Road exit?
No, sir, unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, in your time at Grady, when did you leave Grady?
Roughly about 10 months ago, sir.
Okay. So can you tell the jurors in your 3 years as working as a paramedic at Grady, how many calls do you think that you responded to in that total 3 years?
It's funny, actually, I was trying to do the calculation in my head before I came here. I want to say, within 3.5 years, roughly anywhere between 9,000, about 9,000 calls,
Okay.
at least.
And so, if you left about 10 months ago, how many calls do you think that you responded to after April 9th of 2021?
Let's say 6,000.
Okay. And when you responded to the different scenes that you were dispatched to, did you regularly interact with law enforcement?
Yes, sir, all the time.
Okay. And as a Grady paramedic, did you regularly interact with members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir, all the time.
Georgia State Troopers?
Yes, sir.
Did you also work closely or regularly at the calls that you responded to with members of the Atlanta Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
And is it common for Grady paramedics and EMTs to kind of work in conjunction or with Atlanta Fire to save lives?
Oh, absolutely. And PD as well.
And what?
And PD as well, sir. Yeah.
Now, at Grady, when you were working there in your 3.5 years, do you know of another Joe Connors that was working as a Grady paramedic?
No, sir, there's only one me.
You were the only Joe Connors who worked with Grady?
Yes, sir, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And in your time as a paramedic at Grady, I know you said you interacted with law enforcement, troopers, and other officers. Did you commonly, report things that you believed to would be helpful for law enforcement or for the case or the reason that you were there?
I can't remember anything off the top of my head that I would. But I mean,
Well, let me ask a better question.
Okay.
If you were on scene and somebody you were treating said something about a motor vehicle accident, and that was the reason you were there, would you report that to a trooper or any law enforcement you believed that was investigating that crash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that a common occurrence if you had that information that you would do?
Yes, sir. More often than not. I mean, it really just depends because more often they usually know who the driver is.
Okay. And you said you don't have an independent recollection of responding on April 9th of 2021 to the Lennox Road exit, right?
No, sir, I don't.
And do you know or had you been in contact with a trooper Chadwick Clark prior to April 9th of 2021?
No, sir.
Do you even recognize the name?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said roughly 9,000 calls that you responded to while working with Grady, and I guess 6,000 after April 21st of 2021. Would you say that you interacted with law enforcement in each one of those 9,000 and 6,000 calls?
Not every one of them, but more often, at least 2/3 of them, yes, sir.
Now, on April 9th of 2021, do you recall speaking to or telling Trooper Chadwick Clark that you had spoken to the driver, Kenneth Poole, and he told you he was driving?
Objection, Your Honor.
And that objection is
Leading.
overruled.
So let me start my question over. Do you recall telling?
Before you ask your question, I maintain my ruling, but a reminder, the question is not evidence. So Mr. Abate's teeing something up. We'll see what the answer is, but of course, only the answer is what you all consider as evidence. Mr. Abate.
Thank you, Judge. So do you recall telling Trooper Chadwick Clark that you interacted with Kenneth Poole and he told you that he was driving the vehicle that had crashed right there at the exit of Georgia 400 and Lennox Road?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I cannot recall that.
And can you tell the jurors if you are, who writes a report as it is related to it's your position as a paramedic?
Okay. So from what I understand from the scene, I was called in as a secondary unit. So if somebody transported Mr. Poole, that would be the lead primary paramedic. He would write a patient care report for him. And usually in that report, it'll show any sort of, if he was the passenger or the driver. For me, just responding as a supplemental help, I would just be there just to assist. I just write a simple report saying I assisted unit so-and-so.
Okay, and now you said you don't recall making the statement about what Kenneth Poole said about driving. Is that your testimony here today?
That's correct. I cannot recall, sir.
And do you have any reason to doubt that you didn't say that?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions. So.
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Connors, how you doing?
Doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. As we sit here today, you do not recall making that statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Body, anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, jurors, a question? Oh, thank you, the only Mr. Connors. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
State's next witness, please.
We'll call Mr. Larry Berry. Judge White, Mr. Berry is coming. Can we approach the really quick second?
Sure, he's right there. Mr. Miller, can I just see you right through the door, please? All right, we just had to talk a little bit about scheduling. Did we already do the swearing in? All right, if you'll pop back up, I'm just gonna swear you in, please.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. State and swear your name for the record.
Name is Mike Berry, Mikeberry.
Is Larry some part of your name somewhere?
I was
Pardon me?
always known as Mike since I was a kid, so March 23, I had it legally changed.
Oh.
It's just Mike Berry.
All right, well, Mr. Barry, thank you for being here.
So, thank you for being here, Mr. Berry. Can you tell the jurors where you are currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Piedmont Fayette Hospital.
Okay, and just so everyone's not confused, did your name used to be
Larry Michael.
Okay. And prior to working at Piedmont Fayette Hospital, can you tell the jurors where you were employed?
I've been a paramedic for 24 years at this point. So prior to Piedmont Fayette, it was Grady EMS.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and training that has allowed you to be a paramedic for the last 24 years?
Education-wise, I have an associate's in fire science. I have a bachelor's in occupational safety and health. I have a master's in organizational leadership. Outside that, about the past year or so ago, I let my paramedic instructor license for the state of Georgia lapse. I don't ride an ambulance anymore. I don't do that sort of stuff anymore. So,
okay. And prior to this last year, can you tell the jurors a little bit about what is required to obtain and then maintain your paramedic license?
Paramedic license in the state of Georgia goes by national curriculum standards. So you're looking at an EMT prior to joining or starting paramedic school. Paramedic school itself is a minimum, depending on the program, minimum about 1,400 hours. Out of that, it can vary, but you're looking at about 50% didactic, 50% clinical rounds.
And then once you, I guess, obtain your license, is there training or things that have to be done yearly in order to maintain that license?
CEUs, yes, sir.
Okay, some of us don't know what CEUs, what are they?
Continuing education units. So basically, recurrency training averages out to about 48 or so every 2 years.
Okay. If you'll do me a little bit of a favor, if you'll move the chair up a little bit.
There, is that better?
Everybody's been very light or quiet spoken today.
Okay.
So you said you were a paramedic for 24 years prior to working with Piedmont Fayette.
24 years as we sit right now. So probably 21 and a half to 22 prior to working for Piedmont.
Okay. And you said prior to Piedmont, you were with Grady. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, about your background as a paramedic, where you worked prior to Grady, and the number of years that you worked as a paramedic?
Over the years, I've worked for Clayton County, Henry, Gwinnett, mixed with active duty military time, reserve military time. I spent about 10 years down in Savannah on active duty military, where I was a flight paramedic. I was moonlighting as a medic down there, city of Savannah, Chatham Metro, Chatham County, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Retired military 2018, moved back to Metro Atlanta.
Thank you for your service. Can you tell the jurors, what does a paramedic do?
Kind of a broad sort of thing there. Layman's terms, give the hospitals and the trauma team something to work with, some sort of viability to work with when it comes to vital signs or patient care, expedite movement from the field to the surgeons, be the eyes and ears of the medical director for what's going on in the field, and coordinate best treatment.
And can you tell us a little bit about that, coordinating the best treatment and being the eyes and ears for the medical professionals that you are, I guess, transporting the patient to? Why is that so important?
Different hospitals have different designations as to what their specialties are. Some hospitals are trauma centers, and even hospitals that fall into the trauma center categories have different levels of their specialties as what they can provide. Other hospitals are known more for cardiac and various other specialties. So if you have, in this case, like a trauma patient, it's more acceptable. It's only rational to take them to a designated trauma center rather than taking a trauma patient to a pediatric facility, let's say.
Okay. And do, I guess, your observations and the things that you report to the medical professionals that you're transporting a patient to help kind of, I guess, mold or start the procedures that would be performed at the hospital?
Yeah, so there's always a standard of care, and you pretty much across the board, it's accepted, head to toe assessments, things of that nature. Things are systematic, and they're done systematic so that you don't overlook anything, you don't miss anything. The eyes and ears, as far as being in the field goes, that is in any sort of call or any sort of scenario you're put in, you're looking for a mechanism of injury. That mechanism of injury, the things that you see, the damage to the vehicle, the physics involved with it, those sorts of things will drive your index of suspicion. If I see someone get hit in the head with a baseball bat, for example, I would look to see injuries primarily to neck and above. And that's kind of a very simplistic way of looking at it, but that's how the mechanism or what you saw happen and how the physics applies to the injuries or the types of damage you expect to see. And so it's the ability to translate that information basically with my eyes and ears into something that's just simply the ears of a medical team who's not on scene. And so they can start planning and putting together the right course of treatment after the patient arrives at the facility.
Okay. And were you working with Grady EMS as a paramedic back on April 9th of 2021?
Yes.
And when you worked with Grady, would you work alone or did you work with a partner?
Always with a partner.
Okay. And was there a partner that you regularly worked with, or did it kind of vary?
I would say about 60% of the time it was the same partner. That other 40% could vary based on scheduling or for various reasons, but overwhelmingly the majority of the time was a regular partner.
And did you regularly work with a paramedic named Megan Wingo?
Yes.
And would you say was that your permanent partner, the person you worked with the
At the
majority of the
time?
time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that who you were working with back on April 9th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jurors, talked about your observations and being the eyes and ears. Do you record those in a report, I guess, after the call in which you have been dispatched or responded to?
Yes.
Okay. And who does the report? Does everyone do a report, or is the main report done by the person who is designated as the lead paramedic for a specific call or patient?
So it can vary. The overwhelming majority of the time, it's the paramedic. So you have a paramedic and you have an EMT. The paramedic is a higher level of license and training. More times than not, the EMT will help stabilize patients, but they will do the driving or the transportation piece while the medic does the medical attending, the paramedic who does the medical attending in the back of the truck. So whoever is in the back of the truck with the patient is the one that's going to do the patient care report.
Okay. And as a paramedic with Grady, were you only dispatched to specific types of calls, or were you dispatched to all calls?
All calls.
Okay. And based on your recollection during your time at Grady, how could you estimate for the jurors when you were working, how many calls do you think you would get in an evening or during a shift?
I've run as little as 8 or 9 and as many as about 25.
Okay. And do you recall what your hours of work or what shift you were working back on April 9th, 2021?
6P to 6A.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as states of 140 and 144. Let's take a look at those and then let's recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, and let's start with 140. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 140?
I'm sorry, well, 140, this is the patient care report. The 140?
Yes.
This is the patient care report. It's my patient care report.
Okay, and does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the actual patient care report you did on April 9th of 2021?
Yes.
And let's talk about exhibit 144. What do you recognize that? The next exhibit 144.
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how do you recognize that?
I took the photo.
Okay. And is that a picture of the scene that you responded to on April 9th of 2021?
That car matches this incident here, yes, in this patient care report, yes.
Okay. At this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 140 and 144 in the evidence.
No objection.
Both are admitted.
Okay, so let's talk about April 9th of 2021. Can you tell the jurors why were you dispatched to the area of Georgia 400 and the Lenox Road exit?
Responded to location for reported MVC with ejection.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors about what time did you receive the call and were you dispatched to that location?
Dispatched in en route at 0308, 3:08 in the morning.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what was the nature of the call for your being dispatched?
Responded to location for a reported motor vehicle collision.
Okay. And from looking at your report and from your recollection, can you tell the jurors, were you working with anyone that night?
Megan Wingo.
Okay. And in your time at with Grady as a paramedic, can you tell the jurors, was it common for multiple, I guess, units or ambulances to respond to scenes with multiple injuries reported? Or multiple
It's
people?
not uncommon.
Okay. All right. Now I want to look at the first page, and it should be in front of you now, of your report. Can you tell the jurors, based on your report, who was the patient that you were treating?
I believe that patient to be Mr. Kenneth Poole.
Okay. And based on what you remember, can you tell the jurors what was, when you first arrived, can you describe the scene of what you were responding to and what you were dispatched for?
Dispatch used the term MVC, motor vehicle collision.
Can you say that again?
The acronym that's used in here, MVC, sir, that's for motor vehicle collision.
Okay.
Respond to the collision. We headed northbound on the connector, Georgia 400 northbound exit off there at Lenox, and the scene was right there at the overpass of Lenox going over Georgia 400.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors when you arrived, what, I guess if you were comparing it to the number of years you had been a paramedic prior to April 9th of 2021, can you describe to them the severity of the motor vehicle crash that you were responding to in relation to others that you had seen in your number of years as a paramedic?
I would say it was a substantial. There's not much more damage you could do to the vehicle.
And as, I guess, a paramedic, when you first arrived, can you kind of describe to the jurors, what are the first things that you regularly do as a paramedic responding to a motor vehicle crash or collision?
If there's already first responders on the scene, it's to get a quick feel for who's already there and who's not. Whether it's primarily a law enforcement presence so far, or fire department already on scene, that sort of thing. Try to get a scope of the scene as a whole, and then start doing an immediate hazards assessment and a victim count.
Okay.
Patient count, if you will.
When you say a hazards assessment, can you kind of explain to the jurors, what do you mean by that?
Typical car wreck scenes. Do I have power lines down? Am I going to need a power company out there? Is this a hazardous materials release? Am I going to need somebody to deal with that? Is the vehicle on fire? Is there multiple patients to the point that I'm going to need multiple ambulances. If I get multiple ambulances, now I need an EMS supervisor. So those sorts of things go into play.
Okay, and in instance, and in this instance, where there are multiple patients, are multiple ambulances always, I guess, dispatched to the scene?
I can't say always because that's a dispatcher function. Dispatcher knows things that I don't, so I can't speak intelligently on that. I can say that it's not uncommon for multiple patients to get multiple ambulances dispatched. Once the first on scene unit gets there, it's that unit's responsibility to do the head count and either tone down the response that's coming forth or to increase it as needed.
So let me ask this question then. If there are the 2, 3, at least more than one individual or patient who both have to be or required to be dispatched to or taken to or transported to a hospital, would one ambulance take 2 patients to a hospital, or would 2 ambulances be required?
It can. One ambulance can take 2 patients. You would start getting multiple units for that if they were both critical. If both patients are critical, then you cannot take 2 critical patients in one ambulance. Or if they have 2 different destinations. So if I have an adult trauma and a pediatric trauma, those are going to 2 different facilities. I need 2 ambulances at that point.
And
if one of the victims is deceased by the time you get there, or while you're there, that person passes, is that still an ambulance trip somewhere, or is that now a completely different agency?
If somebody is deceased on scene, in which case no care will be rendered, that portion of the scene, that person, that victim is a law enforcement role, has to take over custody of that individual. Yes, sir.
so prior to someone being pronounced deceased, if there are 3 individuals who appear to have life-threatening injuries, based on your number of years, would it be more likely than not that 3 ambulances would respond to the scene?
Correct.
And while on scene, if it was determined that only 2 patients required critical care because the 3rd patient was deceased, would only 2 ambulances be transport patients to the hospital, and then the 3rd deceased remain on scene?
Yes.
And the 3rd ambulance that was, I guess, dispatched to the location for the deceased patient would just leave, right?
They would return to service. Yes, sir.
No. All right. Now I want to turn to the 3rd page of your report where there's a description of the injuries. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in unit A74 that evening?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, can you describe to the jurors the condition of the vehicle?
So I arrived, exit off the northbound exit number 2 of 400, turn left. Vehicle was on its top. It was overturned in the intersection.
Okay. And when you got there, did you, I guess, inspect or kind of try to assess the vehicle and the people inside of it?
Vehicle first, people second, yes to both questions. Extrication or the attempt to remove or dismantle the car to get the victims out. That had already been initiated by Atlanta Fire Department personnel that were on scene prior to my arrival.
Okay.
I can't actually go in and get near the patient. We don't carry the safety gear for that. So we wait till the patient be extricated, then they bring the patient to us.
Okay. And on this evening, did you observe or watch the extrication of the people inside of the car?
One of them, yes.
Okay. And can you describe, when you say one of them, describe, I guess, what you observed and what you saw?
2 patients inside the vehicle. One patient was in the back seat area. The door was not open at that time. So I was informed by Atlanta Fire that the patient that I would receive would be the one that's in the front seat, if you will, of the vehicle. That individual, they were partially ejected. So their head and upper part of the torso was outside the vehicle, and part of the vehicle was down on them, pinning them to the ground, which prevented them from being able to get out, hence the need for the extrication.
And it states it at 144. Is this what you just described what you recall seeing the night of April 9th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the individuals who are in States Exhibit 144?
Yes.
Are those, who are they? No, it's obvious.
Those individuals are Atlanta Fire Department personnel.
And what was their role when you arrived that night?
Vehicle stabilization and patient extrication.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what we're looking at in States Exhibit 144, what the focus was?
The part of the vehicle closest to the me at the camera there, that's the engine compartment. So that's the front of the vehicle you see closest to you. The side that the firefighters are on, that is the passenger side of the vehicle. And they are the gentleman that is squatted down there, black helmet, and you see the little bit of the letters there at the bottom of his jacket there. Him and the gentleman to his immediate right, they're both focusing on the patient that was in the front seat area, the patient that was assigned to me. They're concentrating on trying to get him out of the vehicle.
Okay. And you said, based on your observations, the concentration of the damage or impact to the vehicle was primarily where?
Front and passenger sides there.
Now, Mr. Berry, in your report, you described the patient here. Who was the patient that you ultimately worked on at the scene and transported to Grady Medical Center?
I believe it'd be Kenneth Poole. That was the ID that was obtained from him after the fact.
And did you actually physically obtain his license from this person?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
I would imagine hospital personnel, because when they come to me, I remove all clothing. So any ID that's in the clothing all gets bundled together and turned over to hospital staff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how you described this? Have you first observed or encountered Mr. Poole inside the vehicle?
Again, I encountered from a distance, maybe 10 to 12 feet away outside that immediate work zone of the fire department. He was conscious. He was talking to the fire department personnel. He had a pretty significant amount of substances on his face. I would say it's predominantly dry blood and oil. It looked like motor oil that was coming down out of the engine compartment that was leaking onto him.
Okay. And do you see, I guess, the second line of your report where it says patient 22-year-old male?
Yes.
Can you just describe and read to the jurors your observations and what you reported in your report?
Starting from that point, patient 22-year-old male, unrestrained driver, supine across front seat, head out the passenger door, feet at the steering wheel.
And can you tell us who don't have medical background, what do you mean by supine?
Supine means laying on your back.
Okay. And you said the car was overturned?
Correct, it was on its roof.
Okay. So it's fair to say his back was on, it's laying on the roof of the vehicle.
Correct.
And if you continue to where it says patient was conscious and alert, can you describe to the jurors, based on your report and your recollection, did the patient at that point, Mr. Poole, have any issue communicating or speaking to you or any of the personnel that were working to extricate him?
He did not. That's specifically why I put alert, because I could verify that he knew what was occurring. He was aware of person, place, time, and event. He knew that he had been in a car wreck. He knew his name, that sort of thing.
And at any point, while you were working on the defendant, Mr. Poole, on scene, and then ultimately, as you transported him in the ambulance to Grady, does your report or your recollection that Mr. Poole was conscious the entire time.
Yes,
So he never lost consciousness while he was in your care.
that is correct.
Now, can you describe to the jurors, once, the defendant was extricated from, the white sedan Infinity, what are the first steps that you take as it is related to his treatment?
Initial treatment is initiated by Atlanta Fire in his case. They're the ones that put the collar around his neck to minimize movement of the head and cervical spine. They're the ones that put him on the long backboard to immobilize the remainder of his spine. My care took over at that point as a quick, is the airway open? Are we breathing? Do we have any massive hemorrhage anywhere that we can see and fix? After those are secured, basically put them in the back of the truck and then start a more detailed head to toe assessment.
Can you talk to us a little bit about, once you were able to do that, describe the assessment that you had on your initial observations in your care in the back of the unit?
Patient Constellorian head had numerous soft tissue injuries. Basically a multitude of either abrasions, small lacerations, things like that that are too numerous and relatively superficial in nature to get in detail on. Eyes appeared to be burned, burns and dry blood noted in the mouth, but the patient could speak without difficulty. No complaints of neck or back pain, unable to assess the spinal column as he was placed on a long backboard prior to being brought over to EMS. So again, that's the Atlanta Fire Department doing their piece to stabilize prior to movement. Abrasions noted to the anterior chest to the front of the chest. The chest is stable. Bilateral breath sounds are clear and equal, meaning that he had good lung fields all the way around. There was no indication of blood or air filling up parts of the chest that should not be.
Any of his extremities on his legs?
Coming down, abdomen soft, non-tender, unremarkable in appearance, pelvis stable, no priapism, no rectal bleeding noted. Left leg was unremarkable. Right leg had obvious deformity fracture to mid-shaft femur with extensive pain.
Your Honor, I would just object to him reading from the report.
Okay, sustained. So you're welcome to look at that to refresh your recollection, given that it was a long time ago and you've seen many scenes since then. If Mr. Abate or Mr. Miller has a question and looking at the report would refresh your recollection, feel free to look at it, but then having had your recollection refreshed, you can answer from that, the memory you then have.
Understood.
We'll definitely be mindful of that, but it's my recollection the report was submitted to evidence, so you can read straight from it.
Okay, but your question to him wasn't, could you read from the report? And so you can do that and then we'll see if that elicits an objection, but that's what we had devolved into. And so I just want you to shape the question in the way you want it to be.
Yes, and based on State's Exhibit 140 and your own personal recollection, can you tell the jurors what the primary complaint of as it relates to pain for Mr. Poole defendant?
Anything related to that is going to come straight from the report. My recollection at this point, after that many years, that many calls,
Okay. Well, you can use your report to refresh your recollection.
he had right leg pain was his primary complaint.
Now, you see in your report, in case of 140, where it says specialty patient motor vehicle collision. That section.
Yes, sir.
And do you see where it says position in vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you read from State's Exhibit 140 where you reported the defendant Kenneth Poole to be inside of the automobile?
From the front seat, left side, or motor vehicle or motorcycle driver.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your report and your recollection, what you reported as the damage location?
Damage location, center front and right side.
And do you see in the report where it says seat row and then 1?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
That is basically anything in the front seat of the vehicle, whether it be driver or passenger, is labeled as row 1. Anything in the row after that would be row 2. Most of your standard passenger vehicles only have the 2 rows. if you have an SUV or even a school bus, you can go to rows 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 subsequently down.
Now, can you tell jurors, once you get Mr. Poole in the back of the ambulance unit, how long do you believe it takes you guys to get to grade?
Depending on where we're starting at.
Here, you'd be starting at Jordan 400.
So here, reading the report on the right there, departed the scene at 3:52 and arrived at destination at 4:05.
And once you arrive to Brady Medical Center, what is, if anything, is your duties as it relates to the patient's care upon arrival?
Ensure that they're secure enough that nothing's changed en route to the security of the stretcher, any equipment that's going in with them, or any treatments that have been done have been secured down. Any splints that have been done, for example, need to be secured, and make sure that you're not going to cause any further damage or harm to the patient. And after that, take the patient inside, go through the triage station. They assign our room assignment, and we go in there and turn the patient care over to the hospital staff.
And at any point during the transport, did the defendant, I guess, have any complaints, having trouble breathing or speaking? Did he remain alert and conscious?
He remained alert and conscious, and no evidence, no complaints of any breathing along those ways.
Do you ride in the back with the patient, or are you the driver, or it depends? You and Wingo flipped every time.
It can vary, sir, but in this case, I was in the back with the patient.
You can tell from the report, or you just recall you were in the back.
Fine. I remember running the call. I remember taking this patient to the back. But as far as his loss of consciousness, his mental status, anything like that, I'm referring to what's in the document, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, briefly, Ms. Gray, can you tell the jurors why it's important for you to, when you make a determination where somebody is seated in a vehicle, why that determination is important and how it is important to the care that the patient receives once they arrive to the medical facility, your grade?
So in the case of a standard passenger vehicle, when I mentioned earlier your mechanism of injury, what forces were applied on a vehicle. If someone is in the back seat of a car and it has a front end damage to it, I don't expect to see a whole lot of actual injuries within reason to somebody that's in the back seat. If I do suspect injuries, the things I'm going to look at first are things such as seatbelt signs or areas where the seatbelt has actually done damage to the person. The difference in that would be is if someone were driving the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle, of course, has a steering wheel there. So they're going to be exposed to forces and damage that somebody in a different position of the vehicle would not be exposed to. So when you take in that mechanism of injury, which directional forces and physics were applied to the car, and that helps drive where the injuries I would expect to see on that patient, the areas that are going to get checked anyway, but which areas probably need a little bit more attention paid to it to ensure that there's nothing detrimental going on there.
And did you kind of employ or use the techniques and the procedures you just described that night on April 9th, 2021, when assessing and communicating what you observed and the treatment that you provided to the defendant when he arrived at Brady?
Yes, sir.
After April 9th, 2021, did you remain working at Brady after this incident?
For a brief period, yes, sir.
And you said you left to work at Piedmont Fayette Hospital?
Piedmont Noonan first, then transferred to the Fayette entity within Piedmont Healthcare, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, just remember, what did you say that you did at Piedmont?
When I first started at Piedmont, I worked as a paramedic in the emergency room. I currently work as a cath lab tech.
Is that where you're supposed to be today?
Yes, sir, it is.
We've obviously kept you from there. Nothing further from the state.
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Barry.
Yes, sir.
When you all arrived on the scene, it was 5 minutes after this crash, correct?
Per this, it was about 17 minutes, 16 and a half minutes.
I was thinking of something else. It was 17 minutes after the crash, correct?
17 minutes after dispatch.
After
So
dispatch.
I don't know when crash occurred, sir.
All right, so the crash happened. At some point, you all were called and then dispatch asked for you all to come out there to the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then 17 minutes later is when you arrive on the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, all of your observations of Mr. Poole were done from about 10 to 15 feet away, correct?
Yes, sir.
EMS was kind of in front, so there was no, you didn't get in the way of fire and EMS at that time, correct?
Me being EMS, what do you mean get in the way of fire and EMS?
I'm sorry. Fire was right there by Mr. Poole.
They were the closest, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you were 10, 15 feet away.
Within that range, yes, sir.
All right, and as you said, what you recall here today, that as far as what you actually remember is, as far as him being alert and conscious, that's all because of your report, correct? You don't have the firsthand, you don't remember him actually being alert and conscious during that time period, as we see here today, correct?
By memory, no.
Okay. Now, you described this scene as substantial, correct?
Damage to the vehicle is substantial, yes, sir.
All right. And so in your, was it 24 years?
Ish, yes, sir.
24 years of being in EMS, this was, would you say one of the worst that you had seen?
Probably not one of the worst, but very memorable.
Very memorable. All right. And now, with it being memorable, you also stated that with State's Exhibit, what's the picture? Where's that picture? 134. In State's Exhibit 144, this is a picture that you took, but it's of EMS actually in this picture, correct?
Not EMS.
I'm sorry, fire. is in this picture,
Correct.
correct. And you said that during this time you were 10 to 15 feet away, but that you remember him talking to fire?
I remember them communicating with him, yes.
Okay, you remember them communicating with him, but you do not recall if he was actually responding to their communication.
I know that he was responding. I don't know the words that he was saying because there was enough other ambient noise out there at 10 to 15 foot away. I know that they were having a conversation or communicating with the individual while he was still in or under the car, sir.
You don't know if the responses that he was giving were actual words or moan?
At that time, no, sir.
Your primary focus, once you get him in your ambulance, is to keep him alive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if Mr. Poole were to communicate with you or to be saying anything at that time, you wouldn't even really be paying attention. Is that also correct?
No, that would absolutely be paying attention.
Really?
If he were talking to me in the back of the ambulance,
Right.
if it's a general I'm not a conversationalist in nature. So any interaction between me and a patient in the back on a critical incident such as this is going to be limited to, hey, are you having problems breathing? Hey, are you still with me? Hey, talk to me. What is your name? But as far as actually engaging in conversation or anything like that, no, sir. It's going to be limited to, because there is such other ambient noise and things going on between sirens and just road noise and stuff like that. Having a call report, talk to a hospital, supervisors talking on a radio. The interaction is going to be limited, but the interaction I do have would be very much, I would be present for it mentally.
Okay, well, maybe that's more of what I was saying. The contact or conversation that you all would have would be very minimal.
It would be minimal.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
in the car.
Correct.
And Mr. Poole was in I know where I'm going. You're familiar with a Glasgow scale, correct?
Glasgow coma score, yes, sir.
Okay. Could you explain to the jury what a Glasgow coma scale is?
A Glasgow coma score, we abbreviate it in the report here, it may be mentioned as a GCS score. It is a neurological exam originally formulated for and by neurologists within the hospital to determine brain activity over a long-term period of time. It was adopted by EMS early mid-'80s. We kind of took a hold of it, and we still use it a fair amount of time. But what it does is it evaluates 3 different areas of cognitive or even vegetative function. Eye movement, it looks at verbal, and then it looks at motor function. And it uses, depending on how coordinated they are in their answers or their responses in each one of those 3 categories, they're assigned an individual score that cumulatively will end up on a scale of 3 to 5. 3 would be a deceased person, and 15 would be a normally functioning person such as you or I.
All right, and so you noted in your report that he had a pain level of 10, correct?
A pain level, yes.
Right, and in addition, you also said that he had a Glasgow of 15.
Correct.
For the eye, for the eye part, what is it that you did to see or to rate that eye?
So a maximum score, which is what he received on eyes, would be, does he have random eye movement? Meaning that are his eyes moving around scanning the same as an average person would be? If there's a noise or some sort of stimulus that occurs back there, does he immediately or his eyes immediately turn and lock on to, like, if I start asking him questions? It's not only the answer that he provides, but it's how he provides that answer. So if I ask a question and his eyes are able to turn and lock on to my eyes, that would warrant the maximum score there.
All right, and then the other 2 levels, one is motor, and what did you say?
It's eye, verbal, and motor.
Sorry, eye, motor.
Eye, verbal, and motor, yes.
Okay, now for him, initially you gave him a score of 15, which would be normal, correct?
Correct.
Now, if someone, speaking generally, if someone was to receive a 15 initially, and then say 15 to 20 minutes later, they would receive an 11, what would that be evidence of?
Intracranial pressure.
All right, and what would that mean?
In the most generic term possible, that would be the first indicator or clue that there's some sort of increased pressure happening inside the cranial vault. The brain's under pressure for whatever reason.
Okay.
Is it a swing from, you said 15 is the maximum?
So 15 is a cognitive person such as you or I, all the way down to a 3, which is the deceased person. There are no zeros.
Okay. A swing from 15 to 11, is that remarkable, or it would be consistent with people evaluate differently, or how would you process that if you were on the 11 end? In other words, you got a report, this guy was 15 at the scene, now he's at the hospital, and someone gave him an 11.
That's worrisome.
Worrisome.
Yes, sir. A shift more than 2 is very much, should take notice.
Okay.
All right, now, you stated earlier that someone that was in the backseat would have less injuries than someone that is at the actual driver.
On a frontal impact, yes, sir. I would expect to see much different or greater injuries of the person sitting up front. Yes, sir.
All right, now the person sitting in front, the reason you would expect that is because they have a steering wheel there, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also, because you're the front seat passenger, you have airbags that are going to deploy as well.
Correct.
And if someone is not wearing their seatbelt, then, they could very well receive damage from those airbags deploying, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, the type of damage that you would, expect to see from someone that has, received, damage from that steering wheel and those airbags,
Okay.
would you expect to see their ribs fractured?
Airbag alone, no. Steering wheel, yes.
Okay, so, steering wheel, you would expect to see rib fractures, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
All right, say someone is, let's say, driving right-handed this way.
Okay.
And then you have airbag deployment. Would you then expect to see some fractures on those ribs?
Possibly, but I notice you're rubbing the side. I still expect it, if there's going to be rib injuries to an airbag, I still expect it to be on the frontal side of those ribs. The ribs coming from all the way around, not just isolated to lateral or side. Ribs, yes, but the side, not necessarily.
Okay, but
Yes, sir.
for the right side of the ribs, I guess is what I was trying to say.
Potentially, yes.
All right, and the gallbladder,
Yes, sir.
that's located on this right side as well, correct?
Underneath the liver, yes, sir.
Underneath this liver. And if someone has a ruptured gallbladder, that's the type of injury that you would expect from the airbags or the steering wheel?
Neither.
Either one?
An isolated gallbladder, I'm not sure I've ever seen an isolated gallbladder injury.
Let me put it this way, that gallbladder rupture, in conjunction with the rib fracture.
And rephrase the questions, or in relation to a rib fracture, what's the
Right, so
question?
you have a person that has rib fractures
Okay,
as well as a gallbladder, rupture.
okay.
Is that an injury that you expect from someone, from the steering wheel or the airbag?
I would say more steering wheel than airbag, but at the same time, I would say that I would have no idea of knowing that in the field.
I'm sorry.
I would have no idea of knowing that in the field. I could not even come close to a gallbladder diagnosis.
No, I understand.
Okay,
I just, for purposes of this.
Yes, sir.
On your report, it says that you were unable to gain IV access. Why was that?
So initial IV access, he had a tremendous amount of motor oil and fluids from the vehicle on him. So to do an IV is not a sterile technique, but it is as clean as possible. There were no indications at the time that I had him that would warrant needing a massive fluid bolus or anything, or a fluid administration, a fluid of normal saline, let's say, IV fluid. There were no indications that he was having any sort of hemorrhagic event that would require that. So the combination of the skin that was sloughing on his upper extremities, the extreme amount of dirt, motor oil, debris, everything else, I had enough other assessment things that took priority over establishing an IV at that time, sir.
All right. Now, we had that his pain level was at a 10. Was there any pain meds that you all administered in the EMS on his way to the?
Not that I'm
Right.
aware of according to the report, sir.
Would that have been in your report, or is that a separate report that would show? the
Anything that
actual
happens on the
medicine?
ambulance would happen in my report, sir.
The supplemental oxygen mask that fire put on him,
Yes,
was
sir.
that still on his face when he was in the back of that EMS?
Yes.
It was, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up?
Very briefly. The last question, Mr. Miller asked you about was a supplemental oxygen mask. Is there anything, I guess, remarkable about using a supplemental oxygen mask as it relates to typical treatment that you, I guess, did as a result of being a paramedic?
No, Atlanta Fire put it in place. I saw no reason to remove it. There's no contraindication to high flow oxygen on a trauma patient. So no harm, no foul, left it in place.
Does a supplemental oxygen mask prevent you from speaking in any way?
Speaking, no, I may have, depending on the individual, I may have to kind of pull the mask up slightly and put my ear down to listen to them talk. But as far as their ability to communicate, I've never experienced a patient have any sort of deficit in their communications as a result of a mask.
And Mr. Miller asked you some questions about responses that the defendant gave to members of the Atlanta Fire Department.
Okay.
But I want to talk about responses that he gave to you. In those responses that he gave to you, is there anywhere in your report where you indicated that responses to questions you asked to the defendant were not coherent and were not clear responses?
No indication of that in the report, sir, no.
And is there any indication in your report when you were treating the patient and asking questions as it relates to his pain and things of that nature, that any of his answers didn't make sense or were not logical answers to your questions?
Anything other than abnormal or illogical gets documented, and I have no documentation to suggest that he was anything other than naturally and completely coherent.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller?
Nothing from me.
Jurors? All right, write them down legibly. You don't say them out loud. Just write them down and hand them to Deputy Gordon. And we'll take it from there. Thank you, sir. Counsel? Mr. Barry, tell the jurors again what Glasgow score or rating you assessed Mr. Poole to be at when you evaluated him.
The score was 15. Normal.
Okay, but the number was 15 and that's normal. I think you said, I don't remember if you called me being like non-cognitively impaired. He's like, hey, like you're a 15.
Yes, sir.
Which I took as a compliment. Was there anything you assessed about Mr. Poole, the person you transported, that suggested he was having seizures?
Not according to the report.
Okay, or that he was paralyzed in any way?
Not according to the, in fact, if I may.
You may.
On the page, it's written at the bottom, says page 3 of 7.
Can you stop for a sec? Can we put that exhibit up and you can?
It's the paragraph narrative section, sir.
And this is states 140.
40.
140. All right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th line down. Left leg was unremarkable. Right leg had obvious deformity, fracture to midshaft femur with extensive pain. PMS CRT's pulse movement sensation, meaning that anything beyond the point of any injuries, so the injury to the leg or any potential back, since I was not able to assess the back, the pulses were present all the way down to the feet, which means there was nothing in a pre-hospital setting that would indicate that there was a compromise to blood flow. Movement, meaning that there was no indication out there that there was any neurological compromise to him moving his feet, or sensation, meaning feeling it, because those are two different neural pathways, one to feel, one to move.
Okay.
And there was no indication that there was any impedance to either one of those pathways.
And you had not put Mr. Poole into the restraints, the wrong word, but the protective, like the neck collar, et cetera.
I did not. That was
Fire had
Atlanta
done that.
Yes, sir.
And you saw no reason to remove that to care for him in the way you were caring for him.
Almost without exception, sir, anytime somebody's placed on a backboard, they cannot be taken off unless done so by a physician.
Okay, so you saw no reason to do it.
They have to be medically cleared by a physician to remove.
Got it. Okay. Can you share with the jurors what ongoing assessment means, if that's a term that you used while you were testifying?
So an ongoing assessment means that nothing that we do is a one-time event. There's no one set of vital signs that means anything. There's no one Glasgow coma scale score that means anything. What you're looking for is a set of trending over a period of time. So if I do a head-to-toe assessment on a patient and I've got to the bottom and I do another set of vital signs, by the time I get done with those vitals, unless there was something I found that I needed to intervene on, I should be reverting back up to the head again and starting my way back down, so that it's ongoing. It's not a one-time singular event, because humans in general, they will, if you look at their vital signs over a period of time, that snapshot and time out there doesn't mean anything. It's that, hey, did we notice that the heart rate was gradually going up a little bit at a time over a period of time, or was the blood pressure gradually falling, or did their GCS go from 15 to 12 and then from 12 to 9 and then back up to 11, or so you're looking at their condition over a period of time, and that's what the ongoing assessment refers to, sir.
Got it. Mr. Body, anything else for Mr. Barry?
Nothing further from the state.
Mr. Miller?
Is it just based off of those questions, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, nothing else.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break now. So I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. And again, you can use that hallway if you want to spread out a little bit. And we'll get everyone back in here in about 10 minutes. I think we're going to try to get through one more witness. I'm going to talk with the state about that during the break. And if it takes a little bit past 5, do you have the capacity to go a little bit past 5? The commitment is 5 o'clock. No one should say it's 4:40. Why do you still have me here? But why don't you do this when you're back there during the break? Talk about your exit time. And if folks are a little bit flexible, and because of that flexibility, we could fit the next witness in his entirety, we'll try to do that. But if it turns out it's a 3-hour witness, we're not doing that today. We'll start the witness. And unfortunately for him, he'll need to come back first thing tomorrow morning. Any logistical questions? No? All right. No outside research. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. So, Mr. Bata, here's my thought. My colleague can't have 2 people on the stand at once. So we'll have one of them here after the break. Hopefully that doesn't throw things off for you too much. But if Lee is still busy, Heninger can't be busy. And so he comes here and we do that today so that we use this time.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Anything from the state before we break?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Miller, anything?
Okay.
All right, we'll see you all in about 8 minutes.
spelled Michael and Heninger.
Good afternoon, Dr. Heninger.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Heninger, can you tell the jurors where you are currently employed?
Okay, right now I'm working at the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office
How long have you been with the DeKalb County Medical Examiner?
for about a year and a half.
Excuse me, Jack. Excuse me, can Mr. Rao go closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, ma'am. We'll make that happen.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now, Ms. Rivers?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Prior to the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office, where were you employed?
Okay, before that, I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office for about 27 and a half years.
And would you mind telling the jury what a medical examiner's office does?
The medical examiner's offices, basically they investigate suspicious deaths that are likely to come to the attention of the courts. There's a lot of deaths that occur in the county, but there's a small number of ones that are of interest to us. This is defined by law. They tend to be unexpected, violent deaths, things like homicide, suicide, drug overdoses, things like that.
What was your role within the medical examiner's office?
I was an associate medical examiner.
What does a medical examiner specifically do?
Okay, what I basically do is I'm oversee the whole process and bring everything together. We have like investigators who collect information. We do autopsies or examinations of the body, which I do. Then we look at the other information. We put that all together to create a cause and manner of death. And then we have to communicate that to interested parties, which could be the court systems, it could be family members, could be public health, insurance companies, things like that. So that's done with, reports and, meetings and discussions.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and qualifications that led you to be in that position?
Yes, I started out at Utah State University and I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. Then I went to medical school at the University of Utah and I received an MD degree. And then I went in the military and I did an internship in internal medicine at the Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. And I practiced primary care medicine for a few years at Keesler. And then I went back to Utah and I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology, that was in Minneapolis at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And then I finished all that training. It's when I got hired to work at Fulton County.
And are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
And where are you licensed to practice?
In Georgia.
Any other states?
Not right now.
Previously?
I was licensed in Utah, Minnesota.
Now, you mentioned pathologist. What does a pathology, what does a pathologist do?
Okay, pathology is a specialty in medicine, and it is focused on the physical appearance of diseases and injuries. It's kind of a visual area. Like radiologists, they're looking at radiographs to identify things. We're looking at actual organs and tissues, sometimes under the microscope, sometimes at autopsy. And we're diagnosing diseases and studying the diseases themselves.
What sort of training do you specifically have to go to before becoming a pathologist?
You need to basically go to medical school and then have a strong interest in it.
And with respect to pathology, what is a forensic pathologist?
Okay, so there's I don't know, probably tens of thousands of people practicing regular pathology in the United States. There's only about 300 to 500 forensic pathologists, and we are focused just on this autopsies of people who died violent deaths, and it's likely to come to court. And we generally work for government offices like Fulton County and DeKalb County. And most general pathologists work in hospitals or in private practices.
So as a forensic pathologist, you mentioned a couple of terms earlier in your testimony about cause of death and manner of death. As a forensic pathologist, is it part of your job description once you are performing examination on a body to determine the cause of death as well as the manner of death of that particular individual.
Yes, I'm supposed to do that.
So would you mind describing or explaining to the jury what cause of death is in terms of medical parlance?
Okay, so cause of death is the derangement in the body that makes it so that the body can no longer continue to function and to live. I think of them as like in general, they're like chapters in medical books. Like there might be a chapter about like pneumonia or heart attack, or in a forensic textbook, there might be a chapter on gunshot wounds, or stab wounds, or blunt trauma, or, just different chapters, traffic accident deaths. And so those are causes of death. And then I guess manner of death is
that
what,
would be my next question.
let him ask me questions. But anyway, manner of death. Okay, now manner of death is a little bit, we've taken that word and we use it in a different way. And we've been doing this for centuries before the scientific age. So it's more of an opinion. But there are 4 manners of death. And this is based on what we see at autopsy and what the circumstances are that were collected. Okay, and so the 4 manners are natural deaths that are due to things that happen inside the body, accidental deaths, which are things that happen outside the body that's kind of unforeseen, and then suicides, which are self-injuries inflicted by a person on themselves, and then there's homicides, which are injuries that someone else inflicts on a person and, to cause their death. Then we have a undetermined when we can't tell. So what we're doing, you say, what is the manner of death? We're taking the circumstances, the autopsy findings, and we're rendering an opinion about which of these categories it fits into. And then that's useful. It drives public health statistics, medical research, and it also drives attorneys and, which cases they look at that as one of the factors as to whether they're going to prosecute or not, or what they're going to do, civil attorneys, things like that.
One of the I guess subsets of manner of death you indicated was accident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in instances where there are automobile collisions and individuals suffer fatalities, are those considered accidents?
Yes, they are. And there's a problem. This manner of death doesn't fit very well with kind of the realities of the car. I mean, if you're thinking about horses and buggies and things like that, and people that get hurt doing that, it's usually accidental. There's just people riding down the road, something happens. But in traffics today, they have these rules that you have to follow, and if everybody followed all the rules all the time on the road, there'd be very, very few deaths on the highways. Okay, so anytime there's a fatality on the road, usually somebody's made at least one little mistake. Okay, so then is that a homicide if you forgot to signal and you turn and bump someone and it goes on, this car rolls and is that the same? So we, by convention, in order to avoid getting into these kinds of discussions and for continuity and consistency, we have kind of just made almost all traffic accidents or collisions as accidents. And so to make if you want to have a homicide from a traffic, we have to see evidence of you maybe stopping and running the person over again or twice, or chasing them, hitting them, using the car as an instrument. That would make it a homicide with the automobile. If somebody is just doing some minor versus minimal or moderate or severe violation of traffic rules, we're not going to call those homicides because we don't have a good boundary. So they turn into jury questions. So we're by convention going to call almost all traffic accidents as accidents. Well, I keep calling them traffic accidents. That's kind of circular, but traffic collisions. All we're going to call traffic collisions, we're going to call those accidents, unless we got something outrageous, like, where they're using a car to try and kill somebody with chasing them, stuff like that.
And is the cause of death and the manner of death that you determine from a particular individual or patient that you examine, is that done after what is called an autopsy?
Yes. I mean, you'd be crazy to do cause of death first and then go do the autopsy. Have to change it, but yeah, we do that after we've gathered, the information as much as we can.
And so the autopsy itself, prior to getting the conclusions that you do to make a determination as to cause and manner of death, what is specifically done in an autopsy?
Okay, so the autopsy is like a medical procedure that basically it's only done on deceased people, and it's basically has two parts. There's an external and internal exam. External, we look at the injuries or the outside of the body, and then we open the bodies up and look at the injuries inside of the body. And then sometimes that's really, really crucial. This little thing and that may make a big difference. Sometimes it's less crucial. It's just, just documenting that there's enough injuries to cause the death.
So there's an external component or external examination to an autopsy, and then there's an internal examination component to an autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in every autopsy, is it fair to say, based on your previous testimony, that you don't always, essentially, I guess for lack of better phrase, cut into the body to draw conclusions to your autopsy?
Yeah, sometimes we just do the external exam. Sometimes that's enough. If a person's like, say they're 75 years old and they have a scar on their chest from heart disease and they had chest pain and they collapsed and they didn't go to the doctor, and that might end up in our office. And so we'll just do an external exam and say, yeah, he looks, no injuries, doesn't look like he's got anything going on other than his underlying disease. So we'll send that one out based on an external exam. If we had more resources, or if they're younger, and those boundaries are things that are very much determined on how many resources you have, which vary from place to place. But so then when are you going to get an autopsy or not? And so yeah, that's kind of how we manage large caseloads. In countries where they have less violence, they do more autopsies. So it's kind of interesting. But
how many autopsies would you say you performed in your career?
Okay, I didn't keep track. And I don't, my numbers aren't really high compared to some people, but Fulton County, we were teaching residents, and so we had kind of a moderate caseload. So I had about 250 autopsies a year. And I did that for close to 30 years. So it's, high 6,000, 7,000 something autopsies.
And does that include the time that you spent both in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office as well as the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office?
Just did something. Yes. Okay. So I was, when I was at DeKalb, I was just part-time until recently. And again, I did over 250 cases over there, but they're a lot more externals and then I was also being assigned cases that way. So that includes all of them, but they were two different situations. And of course, what I did at Fulton County was like 90% of it. So,
both in your time in Fulton County as well as in DeKalb County, were you involved in training interns and residents?
Yes, we trained about 30 fellows that were just their last year of training, like what I did in Minneapolis. I helped train about 30 of those. We had Emory residents, like 90% of the time. We had a resident there for a month or two. And then we had medical students there probably half the time. At DeKalb, we have residents and medical students there. I haven't kept track of the numbers, but they're there almost every day. So we're training all the time.
In addition to the over 6,000 autopsies, in addition to training the interns and residents and fellows, have you ever testified as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have many times.
Including sometimes with me?
Oh, yes. I can't remember how many times with him even.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit Dr. Heninger as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Heninger, for the purposes of this trial, you are deemed to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Heninger, during your time with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, how did a body present itself to your office such that an autopsy would then be commenced?
Okay, so people die in one of two situations. They either die out in the community, okay, and then we have an investigator goes out and, and they kind of evaluate that situation. They put them in a white disaster bag and have them transported to our office. If people get injured out in the community, or if they, for whatever reason, they die in the hospital, then the scene doesn't, the scene visit doesn't happen. The hospital puts them in a bag and transports them to our office. So depending on where they died, depends on how that happens. But they all come to us in large disaster bags, and they're checked in, and then we have coolers that we store them in. We have an in cooler and an out cooler. So
would it be standard operating protocol for an investigator assigned specifically to the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office to respond to a particular scene or hospital to recover the deceased individual and transport them back to the office?
If they're not, yes, if they don't go to the hospital, they would go out to the scene. If they do, it kind of depends on situation, and they might go over and talk to people, or they might call them on the phone.
And once the body is transported to the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, what do you or other individuals do in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, or any medical examiner's office, prior to an autopsy being performed?
Okay, the first thing we do is we review the case information. And on Fulton, we had a meeting where we did that. In DeKalb, we have the meeting afterwards. So there's some differences, but you have to review the case information first, as much as you have. You may not have very much, but at least you have what you have. And then we go down to the morgue and do, open the bags up and do the cases. And then we take pictures and things like that. And then we do, what I've described before.
So prior to getting to the point where you go to the body and take photographs and perform the examination, you read, I guess, whatever case file that's been presented to you, and what typically would be presented to you?
Okay, usually they haven't. I mean, it's usually something happens, and we either, if it's early in the morning, they may get to us by the afternoon, but often it's the next day, and so we don't have a lot of investigation at that point. There's, especially in cases, like that are likely, the ones that are most likely to come to court, we're not going to have a lot of information. So we have some information. And so we look at that, but then later we get more information. There's also an interchange of information where you might, and this is more obvious than like gunshot wounds, but police might say, oh, we think he shot twice, and you end up finding 4 or 5 gunshot wounds. So then you tell them, well, so then they tell you, well, yeah, now so their information goes back and forth. And our investigators, almost all of them at DeKalb, and probably more than half at Fulton have background as police officers, and they often know the police and have worked with them. So it's important that we have a really good working relationship with law enforcement so that we can get information and exchange it. And there's an ongoing process. And then we may order medical records and look at those. There's a variety of things. But before we finish the autopsy report and the death certificate, we try and have most of the information in front of us before we make those decisions.
So prior to going to the body, you have a discussion with your colleagues at the medical examiner's office based on the information that is at least presented to you at the time. After that, do you make external examinations or observations of the individual's body as you're examining it?
Yes.
And what is it that you're specifically looking for?
I'm looking for injuries, because that's what we're doing. And then I'm also looking for natural diseases that may be part of the picture.
And during that point in time, do you or a colleague of yours, are they taking photographs of the body and specifically focusing on observations that you yourself make?
Yes, we have, Fulton County they have a person designated, hired, basically a professional photographer. At the time of these autopsies, the photographer had been with the office about 10 years more than I had. And she'd been doing this for a very long time. She did a pretty good job with her pictures.
And so after those photographs are taken, or is it that the photographs are being taken as you're performing the external examination leading into the internal examination?
Yeah, they take pictures. We kind of work together.
So after the external examination, what does the internal examination consist of?
Okay, so there's some standard incisions that we make, although if we need to, for other reasons, we might make extra ones, but there's standard ways to do this. We make these incisions. We look at the organs inside of the body, and then we take them out and dissect them. And we're looking for diseases, injuries. We may take little pieces of them to put in and have them processed so we can look at them under the microscope. We take blood, urine, whatever samples we need for testing. We take x-rays in cases, particularly with gunshot wounds. And then those are the kind of ancillary things.
And after the internal examination, what do you do?
Okay, so I've dictated. My personal preference is to dictate right while I'm looking at it, which tends to create a chaotic but accurate list of what I saw. And then later I go through and of course I'm thinking about and interpreting it as I'm going because it affects it. But what I'm going through and correcting, I put it into a logical format that's, that kind of goes from A to B and makes sense and kind of supports, the interpretation of it. And that process can take more time, but the actual information I'm basing this on is I dictate it at the time that I'm looking at it in the room.
And when you say dictate, is it you essentially holding a recorder and
Yes.
speaking to it?
Yes.
Does that assist you in the at the point in time where you have to make a report?
Oh, yes, that's crucial.
And is it consistent with medical examiners to author a report generating their conclusions and findings as it relates to an examination?
Yes, I think I hate to say 100%, but it's got to be higher than 99% of the time that you do an autopsy. You're going to dictate some kind, or you're going to create some kind of a report. The kids coming out of medical school right now can type faster than they can talk, so they're not doing this. They don't dictate. They just go and they have their laptop right there, and they're just. And I'm like, wow, So this is going to be obsolete here pretty soon. But
We
yes.
still appreciate the work you do, even though you're doing it this way.
Yeah. We used to use a phone and have the person typing. It was not fun, but anyway.
And in those reports, you make a finding as it relates to manner and cause of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to turn your attention to the autopsies performed in this particular case. Now, do you remember conducting an autopsy, two autopsies on a Detarius Minor and Devin Jones on April 10th, 2021?
Yes, I do.
Were those autopsies conducted in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And were they done to the best of your ability in accordance with the standard operating protocols and in the manner that you kind of testified to?
Yes.
And did you author reports as it relates to your conclusions, findings, as it relates to both those autopsies?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as states 145 and 157. Joseph.
And the two numbers again, while he's looking at them, 145.
And 157.
Okay.
Dr. Heninger, you take a look at both exhibits, and when you get a chance, let me know when you are done.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits, Dr. Heninger?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize both states 145 and 157.
Okay, so they're given an accession number that is on each page. And then they also are, there's pictures that are associated with them, and that what's in the pictures correlate to what's in the report.
And so with respect to states, 145 and 157, are they true and correct copies of the autopsies reports that you authored?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit states 145 and 157 into evidence.
No objection.
And 145 is which?
Devin Jones.
145 is Jones. All right, and so 157 is minor?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, they're admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at 5 o'clock, maybe a little after. You may have seen a gentleman from our IT squad trying to connect the device. I think we're going to stop here. What is next is a series of photos. Not a great way to end a day. It's not going to be a great way to start a day either, but that's, we're at a natural break point. I know at least one of you has a 5-ish stopping point. If we pause now in the morning, all the photos that the state's interested in pursuing and any that Mr. Miller might want on cross-exam will have been uploaded on the computer, so we won't have to use the overhead projector, which we were struggling to figure out. Old school, sort of like the dictating machine. So we're going to pause now. That means when we start in the morning, Dr. Heninger will be back. Still under oath and still testifying about the 2 autopsies he performed. The state relayed to me and to Mr. Miller during one of our conferences back there looking over, I guess there's only been one, when you had some questions, that they only have a couple witnesses left after Dr. Heninger. So things are moving quickly. The other 2 witnesses are going to take a while. They'll take up a good chunk of tomorrow, but it looks like we're very much on schedule. And when the state rests, we'll see if the defense is going to put on any evidence. This will be your first night where you're jurors and you are operating in this space where you need to stay away from external influences. That doesn't mean that you have to sleep in a different bedroom from your significant other, but it means you don't talk about what happened today. If you're asked, how did it go? It was great or terrible. Just thumbs up, thumbs down, one word, and explain. I can't really get into it right now because well-meaning people will say, oh, but let me tell you, when I was a juror, what happened? And this is going to happen to you as well. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. That was a different trial, different circumstances. I don't believe there's any media coverage of this proceeding at all. But if you're driving home and they say, next up, all about the case of State versus Poole, change the station and listen to something else. You need to stay isolated from information that you think may relate to this case, but isn't coming to you here in court. If you've got questions, you know how to ask them. You write them down, and some of them get asked of the witnesses. So we're going to stop now. Tomorrow, we're back to getting going at 9. That may make your commute different. If you got here at 10, no issue. It may be different if you're trying to get here at 9, depending on where you're coming from. So just factor that in, because we cannot start until all 13 of you are here. And when one person is late, we just hand the phone around to each other juror saying, I'm here, where are you? And you're explaining, I slept in a little and I went to get donuts. So do your best to get here by 9. Do we have the chamber's number up on the board? Call that number if you're stuck, so we know you're stuck. And then we can let everyone else know, hey, juror 7 is fine. She's just stuck in traffic on I-20 because I-20 is that way. So do call if you're running late. But we'll start at 9, press on with Dr. Heninger, and then what sounds like will be 2 more witnesses for the state. And then we'll see if there's going to be any presentation from the defense. Does anyone have a question about where we are right now? Not a question for the doctor, but a question about process. No? Leave your notepads in the jury room. Don't take those home with you. Feel free, like I said, to bring lunch in tomorrow. We'll break for lunch. So you can, wherever you went today, you can go again, or you may never want to go to that place. You can go to a different place. You'll get a lunch break, but you're also free to bring your lunch in and do your own thing that way. Appreciate your time and your focus, and we'll see everyone as close to 9 as we can make it.
All right, for the jurors.
Usually I wouldn't have.
I know, because where you needed to be, it was the same trooper. We have both of you. Two reports.
I'll be gonna forget you on tomorrow. I'll be good.
All right. Thank you for being here. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Abate, anything we need to cover before we break today?
Only, it may not be an issue, if tomorrow Trooper Clark needs to be here right at 9, so he can get back to his son. Does the court have an issue with breaking and testimony up with Dr. Heninger putting Trooper Clark up first?
Not at all. I'll explain that schedules are complicated and it'll be choppy for the jurors, but you'd only be doing that because you absolutely have to. So as long as we have a witness for the jury at 9 o'clock, if that's Trooper Clark because of the crisis he's encountered, that's A-okay. All right, and then we just need to feather Dr. Heninger back in. The way this broke, it's pretty natural. I mean, he's talked about his qualifications and what an autopsy is, and the substance of the two autopsies is yet to come. Okay, Mr. Miller, anything we need to cover before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Two things I need from you. One, a commitment that you'll have some witnesses for late afternoon in case the state rests. And two, I need your jury charges. Because my staff attorney has already begun putting together a draft charge. We've got the states, but we need those today because she'll be working on them tomorrow. If the state rests at, I'm making it up, but at 1, and you end up saying, you know what, I'm only, based on what they did, I'm only going to call these 4 witnesses. We need to be able to have our charge conference. And so she needs to massage it, then I need to massage it, and you're holding us up. So please get those jury charges. And if they're pattern charges, you can just send in the numbers. We want number 1.2 and 6.8. If it's a non-pattern, obviously you need to give us the language. But for patterns, you can just say, we want the patterns for X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. We'll see people at 9 tomorrow. You stay put for 1 second.
Do you want to hold on to these? Do you want to?
I do. Just let me.